honor, so let me take this time to wish you all Happy New Year. Since this year, I know one or two times you chased me to talk or something, or you did against me, so Happy New Year. It's always a pleasure interacting with the media. So I'll only be able to speak on this, but I'm speaking on behalf of many others. So sometime last year, we decided to organize the Western Region Legislative Caucus. Prices of counties from Bapolu, Kehleboe, and Bomi. In our first meeting, one of the things we decided is that we will make Bomi County the education hub for our region. We will make Grand Kehleboe the tourism hub of the region. And we'll make Bapolu the medical hub, the health hub of the region, since we already have the Emirates Hospital there. In Kehleboe, as you know, we have the Piso, the sea, and other tourist attractions in Kehleboe. Then in Bomi, we already have the Bomi County Community College, and it's centrally located, so we'll make it an educational hub. Predicated upon that, we work with the chairman of the Western Region Legislative Caucus, Senator Alex Tyler, and we drafted the act to repeal the Bomi County Community College and the itinerary to Bomi County University, or the Western Region University. That has been deliberated on in the Senate. We had hearings, we had committee sittings, and today the report of the joint committees came out, where we discussed the committees in the hearing. They discussed the financial implications. So the Committee on Ways, Means, and Finance was part of it. Then the educational side of it was also discussed. So and then of course the Judiciary Committee. Fortunately for us, the entire membership of the joint committee signed. And just based on the signature was sufficient votes for the passage of the act. In addition to that, when the act was placed on the floor for voting, every senator present voted in favor of the passage of the Bomi University, thereby passing to the House of Representatives, and is now in flight on its way to the House of Representatives for concurrence. We first want to thank the members of the Liberian Senate through our leader, the Pro Tem, for our leadership, and our colleagues for their support in working with us to have the Bomi University. We also want to take this time to appeal to our colleagues in the House of Representatives to see reason. And we hope that the 9 members from the region, Kehleboe, Bomi, and Bapolu, will prevail on their colleagues to take similar action as that of the House of Representatives. The advantage in what we've done today, in the past, we see every county is trying to have a university. We're not criticizing that, it's their choice. In our case, we try to have a regional university. That's the difference. So instead of going to say Bapolu University, Kehleboe University, Bomi University, we have the regional university. We'll be using our network, ECOWAS, to have teacher exchange programs. We started talking to.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are tonight. Another edition of the program.
Let me start by extending thanks to you, the leadership, for your swift intervention in trying to resolve the political stalemate at the Liberia House of Representatives. So, Madam Speaker, I got a call from you inquiring me why I informed you about the political situation that was obtaining in the House of Representatives in Liberia. And I said to you that I thought it was something normal. Normally in Parliament, people have this understanding. So I did not see the need to formally inform you. And then you told me that the President of the Commission have asked you to lead a mission to Liberia to intervene in the political situation in the House of Representatives. Immediately thereafter,
I received communications from they asked me to do your aid memoir on what was happening. So I did an aid memoir and sent to you. And immediately thereafter, I received communications from the Secretary General informing me to convey to the Liberian authorities as head of delegation on the mission that you were leading to Liberia to intervene in the House of Representatives situation. That very evening, I had a meeting with the President of the Republic and the Vice President together, and I briefed them, I told them what they have said, and I gave them update. The President was concerned that his government had not officially invited ECOWAS, so why was ECOWAS coming to Liberia? I informed the President that in line with the protocol, we do parliamentary diplomacy and we intervene in mediation. So the President of the Commission has instructed the President of the Chair of Authority, President Kehleboe, had instructed the President of the Commission, who are now as the Speaker of the Parliament, to lead a mission to Liberia. The President agreed to meet with you and the mission. And the following morning, while I was trying to arrange for your visit, I got a call that because the President had now received a formal communication from the Chair of the Authority, the President was not going to meet the delegation. We continue to intervene. If you came to Liberia, Madam President, we can start taking you for your mission, because it was very timely, it was very helpful for our regional integration. Anyway, during your visit, we met with the President pro tempore of the Liberian Senate, Senator Yomi Kanga-Lawrence, and members of the Liberian Senate. My colleague is also here, Senator Kenneth Starr was in our meeting. You explained to us the reason for your mission. You met with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Funati Kufa. You met with the majority bloc, led by the time Representative Tomalin of Samuel Poga. You met with the Chief Justice of the Republic, and also you met with civil society, and then you met with the President. As our protocol dictates, because I'm from Liberia, I could not take part in those meetings. Other than the meeting with the Liberian Senate, I was able to facilitate your meetings. And I think your meeting brought a lot of relief to Liberia, even though there were people accusing me of taking side and being the one who was responsible for the mission going to Liberia, which again is public man. I will state that I had nothing to do with your visit to Liberia, but it's customary because, for example, when the similar situation took place in Sierra Leone, ECOWAS sent a delegation led by the humble Sarah, my very self, to go and intervene in the Sierra Leone Parliament, and that situation was resolved. So ECOWAS don't need invitation from a member state to go and resolve the situation. But I was antagonized falsely in the media. Again, as a politician, I really didn't mind. You have several meetings, which I'm sure you will talk about in depth. But since you left, the problem continued. Liberian democracy is crafted similarly as that of the United States and most democracy. Once you no longer enjoy, our constitution says, to become speaker, you can win on simple majority, but to remove.
Okay, once again, Grace, good to see you. It's good to be back on the closing argument. Today is Monday, is Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. This is my birth month, yes.
4th.
March 4th, yeah, 2025. In the next, the next 12 days, my birthday, yes, that's good. The great people are born March. But Grace, good to see you, and we'll be having tonight as our special guest for the first time, Senator Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. He's considered the doyen of the Liberian legislature for virtue of the fact that he's I think he's so far the longest serving. They all started at the same time, but the longest serving lawmaker. He was in his house before. He went to the Senate. He was also a speaker of the House of Representatives before. And now today he's the Liberian Senate delegation head at the ECOWAS Parliament. And he's, when it comes to Liberian politics, Senator Snow, name is, you cannot talk about it without calling Edwin Snow. Because, like, for instance, had President Weah won, we're told that he would have been on the ticket for 2029. So we'll ask the question tonight, whether he will still be on the ticket 2029. We'll ask, this question will be asked tonight. It's a pleasure to have him tonight, and we expect to be a very, very interesting conversation with Senator Snow. So we're all much, but before I bring the Snow, Grace, can you give your intro, and then we get the senator on the platform, we get started.
Okay, so it's nice to be here, Tomalin. Always nice to see you. I would like to say Happy International Women's Month, which is the month of March, and then also your birth month. So I would like to say happy birthday in advance to you. And I would like to encourage every woman out there that every woman's success should be another woman's success. So we should continue to be strongest when we are close with one another and pushing one another to succeed. So happy International Women's Month. I'm happy to be here. We're happy to have Senator Snow coming on shortly. I would like to ask you guys to please share the podcast or the show so other people can get the opportunity to listen to him talk on the closing argument. I think this is his first time coming on here tonight. And so far, so that's, I just like, I can't wait to like ask him some questions because of the video that was just played, although I will ask it in the end of the time. But the video that was just played, hearing other people from other countries saying that they recognize Fanati Kofa as a senator, as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and they will not accept any other person because of the Constitution of Liberia. But it's nice to be here.
Without wasting time, let me bring in the senior senator for Bomi County, the doyen of the Liberian legislature, Liberia's Senate representative to the ECOWAS Parliament, the Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. Senator Snow, welcome to the closing argument. And let me first ask you, how's your health? How's everything going? How's your mother, who I always see you posting? And that's a reminder that this priceless moment spending with your mother, it's so good to see you always featuring her and making her enjoy her best time of her life. She's enjoying it. These are priceless moments, to spend time with your mother, especially as they age. And so again, I would say welcome and tell us how's your health and how's your family and how's your mother doing?
Well, my brother, let me thank you. I wish you Happy New Year and a happy pre-birthday. And also to our sister, I want to thank you for having me on your show tonight. You are right. This is my first time on the closing argument. And, just on a side note, when the closing argument was introduced, I laughed about it because when President Weah made his final speech to the legislature, final State of the Union address, that night I posted on my Facebook page the closing argument.
Wow.
And then a few weeks later, I saw my guys come up with a new closing argument. So every time I hear about the closing argument, I laugh about it because it rings a bell to me. But Tamila, I want to thank you for keeping the touch. And I'm glad to be on the show tonight. Yes, my family's fine. My mother is doing okay. My wife, my children, the entire family is doing very well. And I'm very happy that I can be a part of the show tonight.
Thank you, Senator Snow. Thank you. Once again, it's a pleasure. The other panelists will join us as we move on. But it's a pleasure to have you tonight on this platform. And we are live on Truth FM radio station. We also on Facebook and YouTube. And there are other stations that simulcast in this show. And this promised to be a very interesting show because of the guests we have on tonight. But Senator Snow, let's get straight into business. The video we're just playing is about your position on the present issue at the ECOWAS Parliament, where the House of Representatives sent some new representatives to represent the House at the Parliament. And I think ECOWAS have not accepted them. But you've been in ECOWAS for the longest, and you know exactly the whole out of ECOWAS. I thought they would have perhaps they would have sought your advice before they even made such a move. But tell us what's happening.
So thank you, my brother. You're so right. The matter of fact, I reached out to the leadership of the majority bloc in the House of Representatives, and I advised them that the way ECOWAS work, the workings of ECOWAS, once a representative takes the oath of office, which is normally administered by a sitting president who happens to be the chair of authority, that representative becomes the property of the community, the property of ECOWAS. If I went to any ECOWAS member state, I wouldn't introduce myself as Senator Snow. I would introduce myself as ECOWAS parliamentarian because the treaty covers me there as a member of the ECOWAS parliament. For example, if I went to, I'm in Lagos now. If I did something in Lagos and I'm confronted as Senator Snow, they will now have to go and see, maybe we'll get to the Liberian embassy, or we'll take the necessary action, and then we'll get to the government of Liberia, whatever it is. But as ECOWAS parliamentarian Edwin Snow, I have immunity. So the immunity from Liberia for members of the parliament is within the borders of Liberia. The immunities for ECOWAS parliamentarian is within the entire West African region, all ECOWAS member states. So when you take that oath, the oath tells you, and I will send it to you for your viewer, it says that you become a property of the community. You don't subject yourself to any group or member state. You will not be intimidated by any group or member state. So I called the leadership of the majority bloc, and I said, look, I understand the politics of the legislature. I understand what is happening. But I want to advise you all, let's watch our dirty linen in Liberia. The action you want to take, if you send a letter to ECOWAS to replace your representative, ECOWAS will not honor it. So do not do it. The person I spoke to at the highest level said to me, big brother, we hear you, we take your advice. The advice wasn't taken, they proceeded and called for election. Now, let me just say this to you, Tomalin, to your listening audience. What happened today is unprecedented. Those kind of letters have come to ECOWAS before. We don't discuss it. They don't come on the floor of the plenary. They will only respond to you. So by this week, the House of Representatives will get a response from ECOWAS and telling them that it's not possible to withdraw those people. What happened today, the speaker led a mission to Liberia. And since I was the head of delegation and I was used as a conveyor in organizing the speaker's meeting, she wanted me to give a prelude to what happened leading to the mission, and then they were going to come with the mission's report. But I deliberately added in my briefing the letter of recall from the 3 parliamentarians. And when I added it there, that agitated the flow. The recordings you see in circulation are just the English version. There are Portuguese speakers that condemn it. There are Francophone speakers that condemn it. And it's just not possible. But again, like you said in your intro, we are 3 members today of the House of Representatives, are the longest serving, the Liberian legislature, who are the longest serving members of the legislature. It's Honorable Thomas Fala, who happens to be the Deputy Speaker, Senator Zoe Emmanuel Pena, and I. We all got elected in 2005, and to date, we are still in the legislature. And in legislative politics, like most settings, you defer to someone that has institutional knowledge. But unfortunately, in Liberia today, some members of the majority black feel that they have the support of the executive, so they can do anything. They can walk in the street, they can slap you. Once they introduce themselves as majority black member, they will be protected. So, and I tell people jokingly, I say, so I can play that info. You know, you can cross your borders with certain things. So what happened today on the floor, it was quite unfortunate. You know, you listen to MPs, I even send you the recordings, you listen to MPs from the parliament condemning it, speaking against it. And again, to just tell you, it's not possible. It's not, you can't. Once some people take the oath, my brother, except the tenure ends after 4 years. Look, I'll give you one example that I even told members of the majority black. Former Senator Roland Khan, if you know that name, Roland Khan, he was a senator in Liberia. He had a problem where he was charged for murder, that he killed somebody, and he went to prison. I think Roland Khan was in jail for over a year. The Senate wrote ECOWAS that our colleague has been charged for prison, is ongoing trial, so we are withdrawing him from the parliament to send someone else there. ECOWAS responded and told them, no, it's not possible. Until that man is convicted and ejected from the House of Representatives, from the Senate, you cannot take him from ECOWAS parliament. That has happened with the Gambia. When Yahya Jammeh was president of Gambia, we have something in the ECOWAS parliament during our ordinary session called the country report. So every country has to give a report on the political, human rights, security situation in your country. Every time the Gambian delegation came to ECOWAS and spoke of the human rights issue in the Gambia against Yahya Jammeh, the speaker will write and withdraw that member from the parliament. So it was based on some of those things that ECOWAS put in the law that once that person take the oath, they become member of the community. That's why when you come into ECOWAS, you don't go to the finance ministry for voucher to buy your ticket. The finance ministry don't give you per diem. You become a property of ECOWAS. ECOWAS is responsible to buy your ticket. They're responsible to give you your per diem to pay your hotel bill. They're responsible to feed you. They're responsible for your insurance. Once you get on that plane on an ECOWAS mission until you return to your country, you have 100% insurance coverage. You have immunity as a citizen of the region. You enjoy everything as a citizen of the region. So what they did, I advised them. If I had not advised them, I would say, well, then I feel guilty. But I advised them. But again, like I said, they called in the shots today. They have the support of the executive. They feel they can do anything in Liberia. So, say where your right ends is where the next man's right begins. Or where the man's right begins is where yours ends. So that's what happened today. And it's quite unfortunate. They will receive the letter, of course. So ECOWAS, as a professional organization, if you even wrote ECOWAS and you saw the speaker, they will reply you and say your letter is acknowledged. So ECOWAS has sent the acknowledgement to them, which they read today. And during the course of the week, they will send a formal letter to them and giving them the rules of procedure and the supplementary act to show them that it's not possible to recall those members.
Yes, Senator Snow. I remember there was once upon a time they tried to even remove you. So there was an attempt to remove you from ECOWAS, and I think a similar thing was tried to remove you from ECOWAS, but I think ECOWAS resisted. ECOWAS, so that was a learning tool. But my question is, people have been asking me to ask this question that you, like I said, you have look what's happening in Liberia today. You have gone through everything. You were speaker, the youngest speaker ever elected for the country. You were speaker, and you were when a very powerful presidency went against you, everything, and you remove you. And then again, people have said about Senator Snow should have been one of those who have step into this process to get involved in a sense that he will intervene and let reason prevail. Like I know President Baga is the president, but there's no secret that the executive wasn't. They were involved in this whole process to remove us, Speaker Kofa. They were involved, but people said in the snowshoe have gotten involved, at least back behind the back door. Gotten Boyka, President Boyka, Vice President Kun, Speaker Kofa, and Senator. I mean, everybody involved. Said, look, cannot proceed in this manner, okay? But then some people felt disappointed that they didn't see you playing an active role to have brought the team under control. And now, here's an embarrassment they have caused themselves at ECOWAS. So what do you say to the people who raise this issue about you?
So they could be right, except that they are wrong. They will be right if I didn't do it.
Okay.
But the fact that I did it makes them wrong. So everything you said, my brother, I did it. On this matter, I had a meeting with the president. On this matter, I had more than one meeting with the vice president. On this matter, I met with the majority leadership of the majority bloc. On this matter, I met with Speaker Furanti Kofa and his minority bloc. On this matter, I had conversation with the president pro tempore. On this matter, I had discussions with ECOWAS. I was involved, my brother. Unfortunately, I was branded by the majority bloc and the executive that I have taken side. So I'm not neutral and I'm not the right person to get involved. If you listen to my presentation today on the floor, I deliberately mentioned in it to the speaker in the plenary that when the speaker went, I was accused of being the one facilitating the ECOWAS mission. They even accused me that Furanti Kofa bribed me. That's how low they went. That ECOWAS mission that went to Liberia, Furanti bribed me and I encouraged ECOWAS to go to Liberia. And I was in neutral, I've taken side, I should not be the one to do it. And it's unfortunate. Look, you call Furanti tonight, Furanti and I are not friends. We're not enemies, don't get me wrong, but we're not buddies. I don't know under normal circumstances, the last time I called Furanti or he called. Furanti never been to my house before. I've never been to his house. I've never visited Furanti's house. Furanti has never visited my house. So we are not buddies. But when I saw what was happening to him, and I put myself in that case, knowing this has happened to me and how I felt at the time, and it's happening to someone, if you want to move this man, obtain the required number of 49, ask him to recuse himself, take a vote on him, remove him. Anything short of that is unconstitutional. I got involved, my brother. I spoke to my colleagues. No senator will tell you today in Liberia that I've not been actively involved in discussing with the Senate on this matter. In the House of Representatives, the matter of fact, it went so bad. There was a day I went to visit my friend Musa Belete. And tell me, if you ask any Liberian today, who's one of my best friends in Liberia, Musa Belete.
Know that, yeah.
During that fight, I went to Musa Belete office. It was just about a few days before the ECOWAS delegation went. Somebody told the majority black that I went to Musa Belete office in the Capitol building. The majority black said the fact that I went to Musa office, I'm not neutral. I should never get involved in the conversation with them. For visiting my friend, because he was on the minority side and I went to visit him. So it just got toxic. But you know, Tomalin, experience is something that nobody can teach you. You have to go through it yourself. You have to. And our young colleagues today, most of them in the House of Representatives who are fronting, who are there and grandstanding, most of them is their first time in the legislature. And they feel that they have the support of the executive so they can do anything they want to do. Anything they can cause the associate justice of the Supreme Court bench, they don't care. They can bust a lawmaker car and move it in front of the police, they don't care. They can. Are you there?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So they have the support of the executive. They feel that nothing can happen to them. So you can't blame them. You can't blame them. It's unfortunate, my brother, but this is not good for like today. You think as a Liberian, to have heard the head of Nigerian delegation Senator Udumi, Mohammed Ali Udumi. That is one of the most, go and Google him right now. He's one of the most powerful senators in Nigeria. He was speaking today, the first speaker. He's one of the most powerful senators from this country in Nigeria. You heard him how he spoke. As a Liberian, you think I was proud because it's not a fight. No, I was embarrassed because this is my country. And I'm heading the delegation. Some people even call me and say, oh, man, just leave the thing here, don't be bothered. Now, even if there was no law at ECOWAS, I'm the head of the delegation. I also just let my people somebody just take advantage of my delegation and just sit down and look at it because it's not Edwin Snow. I can't do that. So it's quite unfortunate. It's embarrassing for the country. What happened today, we would have avoided it. We didn't have to go through it. But again, like I said, the majority black have the support of the executive. So they feel right now, the law and gospel, they can't do anything. Nobody can do anything to them. And so that's how it is.
Oh, before I bring Christian, let me just squeeze the last question here because this is one of the questions people have been asking to ask. Senator Snow, like I said earlier, even though you're not the protein of the Senate, but you have more experience than these people in the Senate there. I will say that, yes. But the issue about this Senate recognizing Richard Kuhn as Speaker, the Supreme Court came out with the opinion, rendered the opinion. In fact, Justice Yami Gbese interpreted, he doubled down on the opinion as the reason why they did not attend the SONA. But then people are saying that based on that fact, the Senate should not be doing business with Richard Kuhn and the majority bloc because Supreme Court have already said that the reason why they did not attend the SONA was because they did not recognize Richard Kuhn. Any person that led him to become Speaker they did not recognize it. So now, with that in mind, why is the Senate trying to perhaps violate the Constitution, disobey the Supreme Court as the final legal body? Why you, especially maybe Senator Snow, maybe you could have come and spoken and said, well, for the fact that the Supreme Court have already interpreted their opinion, I don't think we should do business with this person, a majority black, because they're saying they're not recognized.
So, some of the brother, in the legislature and the Senate is no exception. There are closed-door discussions and there are parliamentary debate where you debate issues on the floor. I'm not sure if you ever saw a debate on the floor of the Liberian Senate where a vote was taken after a debate to recognize the majority black. There was consultative meeting. I was in that meeting. I was out of the country, and a decision was taken. What has happened behind closed doors in our private Senate discussion, outside plenary, I wouldn't bring that to the public, but every senator knows my position on this matter. Again, I have no particular interest in Fonati Kofa, but anything that contravenes the Constitution of Liberia, I will not support it, and this is one of it. The Supreme Court reached a decision. Now, in our jurisprudence, the Attorney General, what you call the opinion of the Attorney General, who's the Minister of Justice, under our law, when the Supreme Court make a ruling that involves the executive or involves a branch of government, the Attorney General can give an opinion of that ruling for the comprehension of maybe the president or the branch of government that is affected. Now, that ruling sometimes could contradict the ruling from the Supreme Court. It has no binding, it has no legal binding, it does not undermine the Supreme Court ruling, but our law permits the opinion of the Attorney General. So the Attorney General rendered his opinion for the advisement of the president, which the executive now took to the Senate, and the Senate adopted that. I won't agree with that. I don't agree with that opinion of the Attorney General. I got a clear comprehension of the Supreme Court ruling, and I stand by the interpretation that I got from the Supreme Court ruling. Now, is Richard Kuhn my colleague? If I see him, will I respect him as a member of the legislature? Yes. I would not disrespect him, but I will not do anything that will prove the contrary, that I'm recognizing another leadership when the sitting speaker has not been removed constitutionally or have not resigned as Speaker of the House. Even though all immunities have been taken away from him, he has no security, he has no convoy, he has no office, his office was broken into. That's another thing. That office was broken into on the holiday. That was my birthday, Armed Forces Day, my birthday.
Wow.
And it was live on Facebook. I mean, it's not something that even left room for deniability. Sometimes, suddenly you go and do something that you say, well, I was in there, my children, and did it, and you leave that ambiguity. But a representative was standing there and authorizing the buggery of the speaker's office on a holiday when there will be no office open or busting that office. The only reliance, we have the support of the executive. So we can do it. If somebody went to Capitol Building today and bust my door open live on Facebook and you know the perpetrator, you think that person would have been arrested? But they bust Tonanti office door on a holiday, the representative standing there, he invited journalists there, it's live on Facebook. zero, zero. Nothing came out of it. And the only reason is we have the support of the executive. So today, people feel in Liberia that once you have the support of the executive, then there's no constitution business. You don't need a constitution. You don't need a rule of law. The only rule of law, the gospel according to the executive. And once that gospel is before you, anything you want to do in Liberia, and you'll be set free.
Chris, come in.
You know.
Somebody else know inside me. I'm telling you, go sleep.
I tell you that what's going on in Liberia is just I don't know what terminology to give it, but it's embarrassing. So it means that the executive, they are lawless, and for the representatives of the majority black to even state that they got the support of the executive, it's just a shameful thing because they're not supposed to be saying that out of their mouths. The people in the world look at our country to be very cheap. Our people, you know, the way that there is no respect for the layman in the country, because what's going on, it shows that they don't have respect for the people in the country. And it's just a shameful thing, you know, to continue to see this playing out and then watching you today, you know, with the parliament, is the ECOWAS, is it the parliament, right? And you were there, you know, it was so shameful the way the people was even, the way the man spoke. And he was right. You know, that's how the people see like around the world, right? And he was exactly saying. So I just don't even want to dwell so much on that because it's so shameful for President Bouakai, them to be a part of this thing, and then the Senate, although you in the Senate, I know some people are not for it, but then majority carry the rules, so the Senate also support them, and the breaking of the speaker's office door, all those. I mean, it's just so hard to watch. I would just shift my question to you because I don't want to even dwell on that. It's just been playing out too long for comfort. So I would say happy belated birthday to you, February 11. I know that I wanted to even ask you because you were Speaker of the House from January 2006 to February 2007. I wanted to ask you what you want to say to Fanatic Kofa at this point. But why should I even ask you that? Because you already are laying out here. You know, it's just, I don't know what advice you have for him. I think he's not your friend, but with what he's going through, you know, beside the office, the disgrace, and the lack of respect for your colleague is just a lot. So if you have anything, your advice, you know, to want to give him, do you think he should resign the position?
You know, so resignation is normally it's a personal decision. Um, if you did something in the workplace and maybe your employer don't want to bring you to public disrepute, they will ask you for a resignation. If you feel strongly that you did nothing wrong and you want to challenge it, you can tell your employer, no, I'm not going to resign. And the employer fires you and you think you did nothing wrong, you can challenge it in court. So resignation normally is a personal decision. It's not something that people should force you to do. The Constitution gives reasons or ways of someone not becoming speaker. Now, the majority of blacks spend over 2 months at the RLJ hotel. How they got there, who paid the bill, none of my business. I'm not going. But they spent almost 2 months in one of Liberia's premium hotel. And in those 2 months, they were not able to get 49 persons to join them to move Mr. Kofa as Speaker. So that would have been the legal route, the constitutional route to take. The political route is to say, we just undermine you. It's like you're in a church. 75% of the congregation say, anytime men preaching, we just leave the church. We're not going there. Or you go to a class, you say, anytime a teacher comes in class, or what of the class. It doesn't mean the man not the teacher. It just means his authority is being undermined. And he now could say, he or she, as the pastor or the teacher, will say, well, I no longer enjoy the confidence of my congregation or my students, so I'm going to walk away. But Mr. Kofa decided that he would not resign. So what has happened is more like a coup. Now, is it a state-sponsored coup? Is it a successful coup? What kind of coup it is? But it's a coup d'etat. So Mr. Kofa is saying, I will not resign. What do I say? Should I tell him tomorrow morning, go and resign? No, it's a personal decision. But there are two ways. The majority black now could get others. Like since the minority, most of them have joined them, maybe we'll get a new resolution and get 49 signature and ask Mr. Kofa recuse herself or come for investigation or remove him.
Exactly.
But they are no longer interested in doing that because, like I said, once they think they have their support of the executive branch of government, for them, nothing matters. I think 43, so 43, that extra 6 votes they need, that 6 vote comes in a lump sum from the executive branch of government as their support base. So they don't need anything more than that, and that's it. So Funanti will decide. Now, is Richard Kuhn recognized by the state as the speaker? I don't know about the Supreme Court, but the executive has recognized him. The leadership of the Senate have recognized him. Now, individual senators may have a problem with it, but the leadership of the Senate have recognized him. The president has recognized him. He's recognized by the vice president. He has a police escort. He has signed on the national budget are paying all of us. So you either tell him, say, I want my pay because Richard Kuhn's signature on it or whatever you do. But that's what happened. It's an unfortunate situation. But what this has done to our democracy is that once there's a precedent in Liberia and the speaker or the pro tem is from the opposition black, that president will make sure they will follow the doctrine of this government led by Mr. Becker. And you will not show you our democracy now to have an opposition lawmaker as speaker or pro tem. It will be next to impossible because everybody will just follow the same trend and nobody will want to be, if you are in the upper, even you got the numbers, there's 73 members in the House. So you have 70 members on the opposition side and the 3 members on the other side, they will take the speakership because it's precedent that have been laid down. And unfortunately, Mr. Kofa has some of his partisans who joined the effort against him to undermine his leadership. But he has not resigned. The majority black has now obtained the 49 votes. So it's still an imbalance. And as an international parliamentarian, now, the thing about the difference with me and most of my colleagues, I could play the local politics. We all can go and play. Politics is local. We all say that. I tell Tomalin, we say that politics is local. But for me, my politics is not local. I'm an international parliamentarian. In addition to being an international parliamentarian, I chair the ECOWAS prestigious Committee on Political Affairs, Peace, Security, and the African Peer Review Mechanism. So I'm the only committee in the ECOWAS Parliament that have authority outside of ECOWAS region in the entire Africa. Is my committee, the African Peer Review. So I can work in the entire West Africa. I can work in any other part of Africa as a parliamentarian. So I'm an international parliamentarian. Now, if I go and say politics is local, and what happened in other representatives, I play to the gallery. And tomorrow, I go to a forum. Maybe I have an international platform. If you notice on my Facebook page yesterday, I had a lot of interviews yesterday from international journalists. So if I went for an interview and I'm asked, should I now consider myself as politics is local and play the local politics, or I should rise to the occasion as an international parliamentarian who also chairs the committee on... There's a problem today in Guinea-Bissau, where ECOWAS sent a mission and the president of Guinea-Bissau expelled that mission. ECOWAS is sending me to Guinea-Bissau to go and meet the president there. If they open the page, go on my Facebook page or my Instagram page or my political page and see that there's constitutional crisis in Liberia that has not been resolved. And I have taken side against the constitution. You think the point in Guinea-Bissau will respect me when I go to there? They'll tell about what would they make I can't talk to there. They will pull your file. You know, today's technology, it's easy to just open your file and just dig behind you and expose you. So I don't play to the gallery. I don't play to the local gallery. I play to an international platform that's available to me. And I have to respect that platform and respect myself. So I have to act accordingly.
Yeah, and you also play to the rights of the Liberian people, and you also play to what the right thing to do.
That's my first order. You're absolutely right. That's my first order of business, to first serve my country, to do the right thing, my conscience, my country, and then by extension, the international stage platform that I have been given to serve not just ECOWAS, but the entire Africa.
Exactly. So now my second question to you is that since we own this whole House of Representatives thing, when I come back, I'll ask you the other question that had nothing to do with this, but we know that some representatives were suspended and their pays were, I can say, garnished, so they are not taking pay. They went to the court, and I think the judge told them the finance minister to, give them their rightful pay, and they're supposed to have another hearing, I think on Monday or so, on March 10th, to bring the majority black in, and for them to go over the case. So concerning the suspension and all the authorities that this majority black has over their colleagues, that they can even send messages, to the finance minister to garnish their pay or take the pay away from them, suspend them. I want you to say something about that. Do you think it was right for them to even do that to their colleagues, since this is ultra virus and from the court? I know everybody knew it wasn't right, but I just want you to educate us on, what you think about that, all of that.
Again, denying someone the right to live, the liberty. I mean, we all can do politics. You'll be surprised tomorrow morning, I will be on the phone with Richard Kuhn. We'll be talking and laughing. One of my closest members of the House of Representatives today, my good friend, is Representative Fala, Deputy Speaker. As a matter of fact, he calls me Big Brother. We have a very good relationship. So we can disagree politically. One of my closest friends in Liberia is the Vice President of Liberia, Jeremiah Kuhn. He and I will form a ticket to run 2029. We're very close. Are we on the same side politically? No. I'm an opposition to his government. But do I hate him? No. Is he still my friend? Yes. So our constitution gives us that latitude. We can disagree to agree. We can form our own sides. It doesn't have to be, you cannot legislate love. I can love you, I can hate you, but you cannot go to the legislature and say, I'm going to enact a bill for Edwin Snow to love this person. No, it comes from the heart. And for people to feel that we have the support of the executive, so those are our friends that have not agreed with us, we deprive them from life. We take away the salary, the hard-earned salary, and we instruct the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance will abide by our instruction. Look, my sister, Tomalin George, one of my good friends in Liberia. We don't meet every day, but he knows me very well. He knows what I've been through. In Liberia, I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, I've seen the ugly, I've seen the pretty. At 55 years old, I'm doing a book right now, and that book will have many chapters. I've seen a lot. Not all that glitter is gold. You may have the love of the executive today, but you will need your friends tomorrow. You will need your friends tomorrow. Today, you and I could be on the same side. Take, for example, our friend, Representative Kehleboe. Who are his opponents today? The people that mobilized to go in his district 1 year ago, 1 year, a few months ago, in 2023, that mobilized, that raised resources to go in his district to elect him, re-elect him as representative, are his staunch enemies today, 1 year later. That's how politics is. That's how politics is. There was a time in Liberia when I used to argue with Tomalin for CDC or BCDC, man. There was a time, he started accusing me of supporting CDC. So politics is dynamic. When you take it personal and decide that I will draw a line in the sand, I will hate on you because you don't believe in what I believe in. My sister, why do people support Real Madrid and Barcelona and Chelsea and Man U? You're right to choose who you want. That's what our former government allow us to do. So going to seize people's salary because you have the support of the executive is unfortunate. But then again, the court has to be loud because the court is the custodian of our democracy. Sometimes the court may say, do not draw us in your politics, in the local politics. But the court also has to be definitive on some issues, on all of the issues, as a matter of fact, because what is happening, these are things that will lead to chaos. I will close on your question by saying this to you. We went in the House of Representatives in 2005. Ellis Tyler, Edwin Snow, Saul Pennon, James Barney, Emmanuel Nokwe, Thomas Fowler, Rufus Niver, Thomas Fowler, and I were much younger or something like that. But we were good friends. Edward Ford, Elijah Say, or Edwin Guar. I mean, we're buddies in the House. Then Madam Sally decided she did not want me to be Speaker. Sabori. We're buddies. And some of my friends that could go to my house as Speaker and go in my bedroom, that I could call, my children were calling uncle, that were very close to. They were the ones that signed the resolution to remove me as Speaker. Ellis Tyler was my chairman on Ways, Means, and Finance. I appointed him, I was Speaker, I appointed him as the chairman on Ways, Means, and Finance. They removed me. I went to court, I challenged it, I won the case, I came back, I said I no longer enjoy the confidence, so I was forced to resign. With heavy heart, I resigned as Speaker. Time came and I said they didn't want Tyler. They see Snow then that she used to fight, she used me again to go and fight them this time. We went after him to force him to resign. Tyler children used to call me Uncle Snow. My children used to call Tyler Uncle Alex or Uncle Tyler. It no longer exists. Tyler and I are professional. We are here together in ECOWAS today. They were together with Choke and everything. But that unity we had, we were buddies. I would go to Tyler Hall, eat. Whether he's there, he ain't there, I would go there, free him, he come to my house. Tyler used to visit me regularly. I go to him regularly. They no longer exist. So these things have a long-lasting effect, not just on us, but it goes down to our children, to our family. Mm-hmm. And if it's not carefully managed, honestly, it gets very deep. So I will encourage my young colleagues. I see some of them, they seem smart, but that youthful exuberance, that thing when you say, I'm young, I can do anything. Oh, the president on my side, man. I call the EPA director now, he sends my to arrest you. Oh, the police director, my fire police come my man, the number in my phone. I call you now and do it. But you know what, Mama? Says it enough forever. We're in year 2. Technically, you got 2 more years. Then you go into political season, then you go, and you know the government will not be re-elected anyways. Oh no. They will not be re-elected. So you already have an expiration date on your action. Everything they're doing got expiration date. The expiration date is January 2030. When the government will not be re-elected. And you doing all those things like it will never end, like you will not look at somebody tomorrow in the eye, that you will not want help tomorrow, that you will not need somebody's help. No man is an island. So I publicly, like somebody said, people were disappointed that they thought I did not advise. I'm publicly advising young members of the House of Representatives to proceed with caution. Their life we live, the political space that we are in, my sister. It's not an easy space. It's not an easy space. You may have the eyes and the ears of the executive, but don't forget that it's a tomorrow. And the thing about it, by the time if President Barker runs 2029, we defeat him. By the time he leaves power, he will be almost going to 90. Who can hammer that old man? The people who are in the cabinet meeting who are clapping, that them people going after. So you think election of 2029 will move up? We're not ask the public works minister that how much million he took and how people had to go buy card against the road contract. You think he'll go to LCC for that one? He'll go to LCC. So people are cataloging things today in Liberia. Things have been cataloged. The wrongdoings have been cataloged. And you're doing something that has an expiration date. That's the fear about action. It has an expiration date. The expiration date is January, the second Monday in January. I think it's January 14th, January Sunday, or 2030. You're not there again. Then people start going after you. Then you say, oh, that wish one, oh, that this, oh, that. It's unfortunate. But I hope the court will act swiftly, prudently, and that our colleagues in the House that have been deprived of life will take their salary will be given to them. But even if the court rules in their favor, I hope the majority black will honor the court, respect the decision of the court. But that's another thing. The court will rule. If somebody can tell you, say the judge say in chamber that King Utah is drunk, and that's it. The court will rule, and the majority black will tell the finance minister, we in charge, we run this thing. We are the sheriff in town. Don't act. And the finance minister will say, yeah, the majority black that has the support of the executive has said we should not act, so we'll not act. That's how unfortunate our situation is today.
Thank you, Senator.
Once again, we have Senator Edwin Melvin Snow Jr., our special guest tonight, making his debut on the closing argument and why he was answering this question from Grace. Our guest panelists, Jerome Gaiman, join us also, Dr. Peabody and Sylvester Pewee and Robert Garguah. And we want to recognize the newly political leader of the CMC, Honorable Musa Hassan Brede. He's watching too. And as you heard earlier, he's one of the close buddy of Senator Snow. But we got a lot to talk about tonight. We're even jumping to the 2029 presidential election. Senator Snow already talked about the 2029 already. So we'll talk a lot of things tonight. But let's get going. We want to bring in Jerome Gilman with your two questions, and then Pewee, then Peabody, Pewee, and then Robert.
Welcome, Honorable Snow.
Thank you, sir. How are you?
Great. From the great state of Florida, great weather here in South Florida, home of President Weah in Miami market. I wanted to bring your attention to something that we have been monitoring here, and most academics been monitoring there as well. During the election in 2016, 2017, my brother from Grand Bassa, the late Honorable Bronsky, brought a case to which Joseph Boyka and everybody joined to block or prevent the election from going forward, to nullify the election that would eventually brought George Weah to power. Now, the Supreme Court has ruled there are separation of powers here. The Supreme Court rules and the executive executes. The Supreme Court has ruled once or several times, and this executive has refused and saying that they are separate. What happens, most people are saying this is a prelude to 2029 if Joseph Boyka runs and declare himself the winner. and he is saying he doesn't listen to the Supreme Court. What does that say about us and who we are? Because this is where we are going.
So, fortunately, Liberia has signed on to the treaty of have a member of ECOWAS, member of the UN, member of the AU. And in these days and age, during elections, you have observation missions. And those missions will give the reports after the election. Most time we expect that those reports will be free, fair, transparent. If there's election today and there's fraud, there will be action. And I won't sit here and call for violent action, but no one will. And that's what Mr. Weah did. Mr. Weah had an opportunity to call for a rerun on this election, because on that fateful Friday, when he placed the call to then opposition leader Joseph Boakai, the election commission herself had announced that there was fraud in certain parts of Nimba, and they had called for a rerun. Mr. Weah would have taken advantage of that pronouncement from the election commission and said there were fraud in other areas, and if he had proof, gave it and called for a rerun. But he placed a call, made a concession call to Mr. Boakai. So this day and age in our democracy, we just had elections in Ghana, and I'm grateful to God. My ECOWAS involvement has done a lot for me internationally. I was privileged on 2 occasions. I headed the ECOWAS parliamentary mission, the observation mission for the election in Sierra Leone. Those were very tough elections, and we know what happened there and how the will of the people prevailed. I've headed 2 missions in the Gambia. The first one against Yahya Jammeh, and the second one, President Barrow's second term. I've headed 2 missions in Nigeria. The re-election of President Buhari and the election of Tinubu. I headed the ECOWAS parliamentary mission there. I've headed 2 missions in Senegal. I've headed missions in Cote d'Ivoire. I've had a mission in Ghana. I was just in Ghana December 7 as head of the ECOWAS parliamentary team. So we know that these missions are not missions that people just go on for fun fair, even though some people doubt them. But they are technicians, they are observers. So anyone going for the election, even the Liberian election that just ended, there were people in the data center. When people were afraid that the ruling party would want to cheat, do this, do that, there were people in the data center that were monitoring the situation. There were people that knew, that people in the field that were getting field reports. So this day and age, for somebody to just rig election and think that he will rig and go to sleep, it's not like I don't think it will happen, and I don't think that President Boakai or the United Party will want to do something like that. And we pray that they don't do it, because it won't be healthy for the country, for our democratic credentials.
My second question would be surrounding the so-called fire investigation that was just concluded or in progress in Liberia. What is the stand of the Senate? Is this supposed to be an independent investigation that will make a report to the Senate, or is this business as usual?
Which report you said?
The fire investigation we are seeing, there were some folks that came from the diaspora. Either they are freelancers or they are official delegates to the government. Is this something that's supposed to reach your desk in the Senate?
It's quite unfortunate. Even in the 1990s, when there were child soldiers in Liberia, when there were people that never went to school or never saw civilization, when there were people who took their cup and put in a camo and thought it was cold water, when there were people who did not see ice baths, they fought on Capitol Hills, as far as St. Patrick, the unknown soldier, and they never burned down the Capitol building or the executive mansion or the Temple of Justice, with all the destruction that went in Liberia. It's quite unfortunate, whether it was natural disaster or it was just electrical fire or human wickedness, whatever it is. Eventually, whatever report I show will be debated on the floor of the Senate. I happen to be a member of the Security and Intelligence Committee of the Senate, and I think commenting on a report that has not come before us will not be doing myself justice. So I would like not to comment on that investigation. We'll wait to see the report so that when it comes on the floor of the Liberian Senate and there's a debate, I will be objective and I can speak from a objective standpoint than to comment on it now that could compromise my objectivity when the report finally gets before us in the Senate.
Thank you.
Dr. Peabody?
Honorable Snow, good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Happy to see you, big brother. Long time.
Yeah, been around, brother. Been around.
Yeah.
I just want to draw your attention, to what's going on in Liberia. I remember on the onset of this whole Capitol Hill billing, the legislature issue, you brought in the ECOWAS team to at least help mediate on what was going on to see how they could resolve it. The majority bloc rejected. They didn't want to give much attention, probably because they had support from the executive. Now, you probably may have talked about it earlier. How you guys view them now? How do you guys even view at the ECOWAS Parliament? How do you view the Liberian legislature?
Well, I think you came to church a little late. Maybe you knew.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Saying.
But I've sent Tomalin some of the debate on the floor of the Senate, the ECOWAS Parliament today. And one of the pronounced speakers was the head of the Nigerian delegation, Senator Mohammed Aliyu Idumi, a renowned and respected Nigerian senator who spoke on the floor. It was quite embarrassing. I felt embarrassed as a Liberian. And I know the decision that the ECOWAS Parliament, normally we don't discuss when countries have written before to withdraw members from the House, from the ECOWAS Parliament. And once that member has taken the oath, we don't withdraw our members from here. So I know the outcome of the letter, but for some special reason today, because the speaker had paid a visit to Liberia, and I gave a briefing on that portion came into the briefing, and everything else that went into that briefing, the only thing that our colleagues didn't want to hear was the attempt to remove members of the ECOWAS Parliament, recall members of the ECOWAS Parliament. So it's quite embarrassing for Liberia. To be honest with you, it's very embarrassing. The matter of fact, when I was advising, and I forgot to speak on that, Tomalin and my sister, when I was advising some members of the majority bloc, they said to me that they've been assured that when those people I recall in ECOWAS Parliament refuse, the president will write President Tinubu to recall those people. And I can tell them tonight, it can work. Nobody can take people from over there. I mean, I can speak on that without thinking twice. After the 4 years, you won't want them there, fine. But within the 4 years, 1 year already gone, so the remaining 3 years, nobody can take them from the ECOWAS Parliament. And that one, there are Carol's Grace will say you can take it to the bank and go and take it to the bank. Nobody can take them from there. I'm not guessing. They're not making for nothing big mouth. I'm speaking on facts. Nobody can take them from there. So it's quite embarrassing for Liberia. And just to come back one with you, Peabody, so the ECOWAS Parliament, when they went to Liberia, it was not on my initiative. They saw the need. They got instruction from President Tinubu through the president of the ECOWAS Commission, and then they launched a mission to Liberia. Because I'm head of delegation, and I also chair the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Committee, I was contacted to facilitate their going to Liberia by meeting stakeholders. But I did not attend any of the meetings. The only meeting I attended with the delegation was when they met the Liberian Senate. Because I'm a senator and I'm not a party to what was happening, I attended that meeting. But the meeting with the president, which of course they were denied photographs with the president, the meeting with the Chief Justice, the meeting with the
the pro tem, the meeting with the majority and minority. I did not attend any of those meetings. Normally, we'll have a mission. We create a chat room to compare notes. I will not remember that chat room. I was not included. And I didn't attend any of the meetings. But I can tell you for free, my brother, we've had many. Ghana had a similar situation. Burkina Faso, there was a member of the ECOWAS parliament who was arrested in Burkina Faso for treason. He wanted to overthrow the government. He was in jail. The Burkina government wrote ECOWAS to recall him. ECOWAS said the man are taking his oath. Until he's removed from the Burkina parliament, we cannot recall him. Gambia have done it more than 2 times. We've rejected it. Ghana, there was a guy, Fred Apara Menza, my very good friend. He fell off with President Nana Akufo Addo and the NPP party. And they wanted to replace him with another member of the party. And ECOWAS rejected that letter. Roland Khan was accused of murder in Liberia. He went to prison for over a year. The Liberian Senate wrote ECOWAS and said the man is in prison for killing somebody. We want to replace him. ECOWAS said, no, cannot move this man on, except he's not a member of the parliament, of the Senate. So for people to have confusion, and you call one for Randy Kofa, you write ECOWAS and say, and let me just say this, like I said it today, if you listen to my recording, you will get it. Every country has its own rule. Like in the Senate in Liberia, our rule says every statutory member or chairperson of a statutory committee and international body must be elected for 6 years. That's what our rule says. In the House of Representatives, the Speaker appoints members, except for the Speaker and Deputy Speaker who are elected. The chair or executive and all others, the chair on Ways and Means that control the national budget, he's appointed by the Speaker. So even if you read the letter Fulani Kofa wrote to ECOWAS when he was sending our names, he said in line with your article and the House of Representatives rules, I'm submitting those names to you. So, and no delegation here. And I said it to get on the floor. Listen to my presentation or my intervention. No delegation have had election to elect people to come here. You have your own mechanism. You go through your own normal or local mechanism, and once you send those members and they take their oath, they're no longer part of you. They work with you. They got to be members from your side, but they now become the asset, the property of the community. That's why ECOWAS don't ask you to buy the plane ticket. They don't ask you to get them per diem. ECOWAS underwrites everything. You get on the plane. I say now here in Lagos, I got 100% insurance coverage until I learn to rob a fee and they stamp my passport. Once that stamp appears in my passport, the insurance clicks off because I'm back home. Once I'm on an ECOWAS mission, I'm covered fully by ECOWAS. So, even right now, with what's happening in Liberia, I can tell you today, even if they coerce those 3 members to write their own letter of resignation and say won't be ECOWAS party, will reject that letter. It will be that they did it under duress. So, and I advise them, and the reason I'm so upburst about this, because Reverend Peabody, I advise my colleagues in the House of Representatives. Dr. Toga McIntosh, who has been the highest ranking official Liberian government representative at the ECOWAS Commission. He was vice president at ECOWAS Commission. He was one of those that helped to write most of those statutes and treaties that we're dealing with today at ECOWAS. He advised them. He said it's not possible. Jefferson Camo, former national security advisor, he was one time the longest serving parliamentarian. There's one person today in Liberia that can challenge me on ECOWAS parliament in Liberia, Jefferson Camo. He was 3rd deputy speaker. He called and told them it's not possible. The only reliance is that we got the support of the executive. So anything we want to do, we can call any associate justice and curse him, nothing will happen. We can break in anybody's car in front of the police, nothing will happen. We can go on a holiday and call the media on Facebook Live and bust the speaker door and take a thing or nothing will happen. They feel that support of the executive is unbounding, it has unlimited power. They can do anything. And it's just unfortunate. So I tell people, like I said before you came on the show, soccer can play. Like in Foya, you can't carry soccer, football, building, every other contest. You can't carry Grand will kick a boom. But in Foya, say soccer and dribble because it's tough. So this one,
you can do it in Liberia, but you can't come outside Liberia like what happened today and embarrass a country because you think you got the power or the support of the executive. And that's the only thing that depends on the executive.
So now let me ask you, Honorable Sino, who is the ECOWAS Parliament recognizing as Speaker at the moment?
Well, the ECOWAS Parliament, it was a debate today. It came on the debate until the Speaker Kofa resigns or there's constitutional reliance to show that he's no longer Speaker. The Parliament will not, number now, the ECOWAS Parliament will not get involved in the internal politics.
Right.
All right. And what the majority black smartly did also, the letter was written by Maitre Sign, the chief clerk.
Okay.
So she signed that letter to ECOWAS. Now, if that letter was signed by Richard Kuhn, there's a different debate. The ECOWAS now will decide if there's a rightful authority to sign this letter or not. Then all that other one now about who the speaker, who not the speaker will come in. But he didn't sign it, Funanti didn't sign it. Maitre Sign is still the chief clerk of the House of Representatives. She's recognized, she's known in the director of ECOWAS, the chief clerk. So ECOWAS will reply to Maitre and just read the Royal Act to her and tell her what the law says, that's all.
All right. I'll arrest him. Somebody else.
Yeah, Pewee.
Thank you. A wonderful wavelength, Honorable Speaker and Senator Bome. I want to say thank you for your service to the country. I'm one of those individuals that followed your contribution for many, many years and the rest of that. Let's say thank you. But someone just said to me, the other side tried to carry the ball to play in Bome, right behind your yard side. They said the big side trying to play ball there. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me take you back quickly. I want us to focus a little bit on this ECOWAS process that you play a very major role. You've been a kind of a community leader down in the institution. I'm key here about accountability in ECOWAS. The process, the last time the secretary of the body came out and put into place, there was some concern about the scrutiny of your budget, the budget process of ECOWAS, the internal audit process, the audit issue. I want you to tell us as to how did you guys conclude on that scrutiny process of the budget? There was some concern that the parliament and the institution is at ECOWAS have not been that accountable in terms of giving stewardship to the members' country as to how the process of the accountability issue is unfolding. I just want you to speak to us basically as to the process of accountability in ECOWAS.
Now, is it ECOWAS obligation to the nation, to the member state, or budget of ECOWAS itself?
The budget of ECOWAS itself, because you, the parliament, also try to scrutinize that process and the way ECOWAS is expanding money from the commission and other activities of ECOWAS, both in Abuja and other. I just want you to focus because you may know more than I do, or more than this platform.
So ECOWAS revenue is generated from what we call the community levy. So each member state receiving goods into its commerce, a percentage, I think 2% or 0.5% or 1.5% of the total is paid as ECOWAS levy. And that money is remitted to ECOWAS for the running of ECOWAS. Some countries pay more. For example, I think in January of this year, Nigeria paid almost $200 million to ECOWAS as community levy. Liberia has been delinquent for a long time, thanks to the current government. The government has paid to date. There's a huge area, I think 13 million or so, but month to month, they are on course. They've been paying. The areas will be discussed, and then we'll try to schedule payments for that. Ghana is current, Cote d'Ivoire is been okay, Senegal, same thing. So some countries are indebted, like Cape Verde hasn't been paying the levy. Their discussions to sanction them, and then ECOWAS budget goes through what we call the AFC, the Admin and Finance Committee. That's a committee that has technicians, so they scrutinize the budget, and the budget comes to the parliament to render an opinion. So the parliament renders an opinion on the budget. If there are any discrepancy or anything that we're not comfortable with, we do an opinion advisory and submit that to what we call the Council of Ministers. So the Council of Ministers have two ministers from each member state. In Liberia, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. There's a Council of Ministers. So each country has two members on that council. They would look at the issues, do a report on it, and then they report to the authorities of ECOWAS head of states and government. So the authorities of ECOWAS head of states and government are the presidents. The presidents are the authority. Then you have the chair of authority. So all of the presidents, they elect one president as the chair of authority. In this case now, is President Bola Tinubu of Nigeria as the chair of authority. Now, the ECOWAS budget is audited every year by an international firm. It's not local, it's international firm that audits the budget. And once that budget is audited, they come up with a report, and the reports are looked at by national government and national member state. The last few years, there have been some expenditure in the ECOWAS that did not spell out corruption, but spell out excessive spending on programs that are not impacting the community. So some of the programs have been challenged that, look, you're spending too much money in maybe traveling. And if we took that same money and build a youth center or build a hospital or school in a member state, it could help you. You're spending too much money on maybe workshops and seminars. But if you took that money and spend it to enhancing democratic portfolio of credentials in the member state or helping with the election, it will do us better. So some of those expenditure has been challenged. In the ECOWAS Parliament, we have also the audit committee. That committee is chaired by a very renowned activist from Senegal, the guy who led all of the demonstration against Macky Sall. He's called Gay Sonia from Senegal. Very, very active. He has been challenging some of the processes. Right now, we have audit meetings scheduled in Ghana, later part of this year. That committee will also be in Liberia. We have a delocalized meeting scheduled in Liberia in June, where the audit committee, the finance committee will all meet in Liberia, and they will be discussing the financials of ECOWAS to make report to the authorities of head of state.
Thank you, Honorable Snow. I'm taking us back to the home front, and I'm going to ask you, maybe this is going to be like 1 and 2 or so, and then you just take and bundle everything and answer. The first thing that's very short. What do you think is the state of the affairs of our country currently? If you were to grade President Boakai from 1 to 10, what the score mark would you give him? That's it. And I will just conclude quickly. I will just end everything you respond to that. There's this issue we've been hearing of recent that the Honorable Edwin Mervyn Snow is contemplating two things, contemplating the 2029 presidential bid, or he's going to move over in rural cells to contest for the Liberian Senate in rural cells. So can you just speak to us on that? Thank you very much.
So if you were to ask me on one average of 1 to 10 to grade the president, I think the president has confidently scored out of 10. I think he scored 4. That would be my grade for him.
Wow.
My view will be F.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
I think the government, I mean, now let's put it into perspective.
Yes.
So we've gone 13 months so far, I think 13, 14 months now since the government took over.
14 months.
There's been, I don't know of any major investor that has come to Liberia. So nothing has happened as investor coming to Liberia. They beat on my back that I brought in Western Cluster. It was a bad deal. I took 14 million from Western Cluster. I've challenged them openly. Anybody show that I took $1 from Western Cluster should prosecute me. During our time, Western Cluster was committed to carry on repairs on the road that they use. Since this government, Western Cluster have not repaired the road. The bombing highway is the worst today than it's ever been. B Mountain, they challenged the government, the We-led government, that they had a bad deal with B Mountain. But B Mountain is one of the only group in Liberia that's not even paying road fund a dime. They pay LPRC 7 cents on storage, claiming that they build their own tank when every other importer paying 30 cents. The B Mountain workforce, Their lives have not been improved. Green Mountain is not buying anything from our national economy, be it water, be it vegetable, tire repairs. They bring in their own trucks, they bring in their own drivers from Turkey. Nothing has changed. Bao Chico have all the trucks on the road. I just challenged that in the Liberian Senate, on the floor of the Senate. There's no middle class there or creation of middle class for Liberian businesses to bring in their trucks and truck the iron ore. The road conditions are still deplorable. The president has showed the nation that in the first 100 days, no car will get stuck in the mud. Even motorbikes got stuck in the mud. Nothing changed. I don't know what has happened. Teachers are still crying. Volunteer teachers are still not on payroll. There was a commitment from the government that when they elected, they were going to liberate the civil servants from their salary being harmonized. Nothing of such has happened. We're still having challenges with water supply. Now, for water supply, I must admit, I think Moali is doing a good job, fairly good job. But we're still having major problems with electricity. There's no improvement in electricity. The issue of human rights, we're still having police brutality in the country. About a week ago, there was a major clash with the AFL and the police. The president, as commander-in-chief of the army, had not spoken to the nation to assure the nation of its security and give the necessary assurances that we need as a nation. And you can name it. I mean, you can name it. So if I was to grade the government out of 10, I would give them 4 out of 10. I hope they can do better. The issue of respecting the Constitution, the president have dismissed or suspended attorney officials under the pretext of going through the audit reports, and then nothing came out of it. You went to the central bank, you suspended the governor and said it was corruption, but then you ended up paying him for his unexpired term and just to put in your banker as the governor of the bank. You go to the governance commission, you suspended those that were there and appointed your own people there. You went to LTA, the LTA audit report had come out now. The chairman of the LTA is more corrupt than I don't know who else in Liberia. His name is all tied up in the LTA audit report because he claimed that most of the money he got from LTA went to the opposition at the time that's now the ruling party. He's fully protected with corruption all over him. That my friend Dylan said corruption is walking naked on Broad Street and nothing is happening about it. I mean, it's just bad. So, I think the government is performing poorly, and I think they need to really buckle up. It's not just about them as a ruling establishment, it's about Liberia. There's conflict. Members of the first family are flying around the world negotiating deals for airport, to build a new airport, meeting with 2-3 investors. People have been arrested overnight and flown back to the country with all the proper extradition, to Guinea and other member states. We criticize the Weah-led administration for flying private jet around. Nothing has changed. There was this thing that when Weah was traveling, the military went to the airport to do guard of honor, and every minister had to go to the airport. It's the same today. So the more things change, the more things have remained the same. So again, I just think that the rule of law is at its all-time low. Decisions of the court have not been respected. So it's just sad. What is happening in the country is sad. And all we hear about, we're going to investigate 16 billion, and we're going to investigate 4 missing boys, and we're going to investigate when the corruption is just running around us. I mean, you got a public works minister who had a contract to give road contractors a contract, and he made them to buy vehicles for his ministry and say it was a part of the deal. That's very unprecedented. It's wrong administratively. You've seen the suspension from NOCA now. You've seen suspension from fisheries. You've seen other suspensions in the government. So a lot of things have happened. Yes, you may not have members of the first family on direct lines with the first family in key positions, but they run their private offices and run things in the government from the back, in deal with all the major businesses in the country, crossing deals for airport, crossing deals for oil block exploration. They're now in the process of giving executive waiver to oil companies to come in the country. So just too many things happening. So I think they're performing poorly. As regards my own political ambition, as I sit here, I'm not there as to what I want to do. But yes, the options are open, and yes, the possibility of contesting the presidency in 2029 is on the table. That's something I'm considering. The issue of Riverside, yes, I come from Riverside. My father is from Riverside. My mom is from Sino. And I think I'm under obligation to reunite or reconnect with my heritage, my background. So I'm working with the Basel Belt. I'm working with a group called the One Basel Gathering. Go in the chat room. We discuss issues regarding the Basel land. We talk about Riverside. We talk about Grand Basel, Mangibi, Monserrato, other counties that we have our people in, and I'm very active about that. But for now, I'm committed to working for the people of Bomi County who elected me as a senator. I cannot turn my back on them, so I'm on a full duty, constitutional duty, to represent the people of Bomi County in the Liberian Senate, but not forgetting my heritage. I'm a Bassa man, I'm not a Gola man, I'm a Bassa man, a very proud Bassa man, and I'll be working with the Bassa Belt. And come 2029, if I decide to contest as president, using working with the Bassa Belt as my baseline, I wouldn't hesitate on doing that if I gather the support from the Bassa people and the rest of Liberia, or if they so desire that I should represent them in the Liberian legislature. That will be off the table. That could also be considered. So all options are on the deck. All options are on deck. Or even getting back to Bomi and getting re-elected in Bomi, which is a very strong possibility. I still enjoy very huge political base in Bomi County. I still have a lot of good connections there with the common people. So my options are wide. I mean, I come with many options. I'm not limited to, one side of a political or strategy. I come with many options, and those options will be explored. And one of those options will be neutralized come 2029.
Thank you.
We want you in Basel. Come on, Basel, we want our son home. Come on home.
He is the guest tonight. Is Senator Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. When I call him the doyen of the Liberian legislature, he been in the legislature for almost 20 years, more than 20 years, 20 years, yes. Yes, and he also the representative for the Senate, the delegation head to ECOWAS.
Yeah,
also, he might, like he said, he might be a 2029 presidential hopeful. We don't know. But tonight, we're getting a lot of breaking news tonight. But let's go to Robert Garguah. There's the guy who people want to hear his question, Senator Snow. Garguah.
Thank you. Welcome to the closing argument. This is your debut on our platform. We're glad to have you on. Representative Snow, I think we met in 2013. I'm not sure if you can remember. We visited your office when my organization was doing a groundbreaking ceremony in Liberia in District 6 as representative at the time, and I think you participated in our groundbreaking ceremony that day. But it's great to have you on. You have served in as a legislator since 2025, and I think Tomalin alluded to that over roughly 20 years. And my good friend Neo Progressive talked about your contribution, and he thanked you about your contribution in service to country. Many would consider you as a legendary, right? Given the time you served as a legislator, many would consider you as a legendary legislator, right? Both as a two-term representative and now as senator. I'll give you the opportunity. What would you consider as a legislator? What would you consider the Snow flagship legislation? Both as, when you serve as two-term representative and or as senator. Is there anything that you can point to that you would consider as a flagship legislation?
So I served actually two full-term and a half-term as member of the House of Representatives. So I was elected twice in Monserrato, and I went to Bomi, also elected. And halfway into my term, I ran for the Senate and became senator. Having said that, when we got elected in 2005, taking office in 2006, the need for a fresh start for our country was on the doorstep of every one of us. So in District 5, District 6, first I started District 5 in 2006, and then 2011 was changed to District 6. Some of those things we got engaged into. I went into the Rock Hill community in District 6 now. And on this day, I'm there, and a boy came to me, a young boy, and his mom came to me and said that the boy had to go and break the rock manually to process, to package, and sell as crushed rock. And that's how they got their daily bread. And I volunteered that I was going to help the boy to go to school, but I wanted to see more students in school. So we're going to be a part of constructing a school in the Rock Hill community. Just as we did the groundbreaking for that school, another boy, in the process of breaking the rock went in his eye and he lost one of his eyes. Today, that school is in the Rock Hill community. It's named in honor of Mary Burr. It was strictly my project. I funded that to ensure that there was a school in that area that is still functioning today. The matter of fact, even since I went to Bomi, I brought in some textbooks for the school system in Bomi, and I went back to District 6 to donate some books to that school because I felt that I'm still on an obligation to continue investing in the educational sector of that district. Another thing we did when we took over as representative, the GSA road you drive on today, which is paved, the AB Toba road, the Dupo road, not Dupo road, but the AB Toba road, Subatown road, GSA road, SD Copper road, SKD Boulevard. We were able to work along with the government and pushing through the Ministry of Public Works. I remember I think Kofi Woods or Knuckles, Willis Knuckles, was Minister of Public Works. And we made sure we work with the budget committee, did the necessary funding, lobbied for the necessary funding in the budget to have those roads paved. There was a time, I remember in 2011, when I told the people of Rock Hill that if we couldn't get your road paved to stop going through the mud, do not elect me as a representative. And we're able to work with the government in doing that. Since we got to the legislature on countless occasions, we brought in medical supplies and books for school system, not just in Bomi, but as well as Montserrat County. We've done that. We've constructed several halls for our young people. I was part of the tourism bill in the legislature to enhance the tourism sector in Liberia. The bill was sponsored from the House of Representatives from DJ Blue, Representative Bernard. From the Senate, I sponsored that bill. There was concurrence on it, and we are now working with the executive to enhance the tourism, to augment the tourism sector of Liberia. I think a little country like Gambia, for example, that their only form of revenue is from tourism. And Liberia have far more longer beaches, beachland, and nicer site than Gambia. I think we can do well if we invest in the tourism sector. So I've been a part of that. We've worked with reforms in the legislature. I served as chairman once at the modernization committee of the legislature, where we work to do an accurate journal system for the legislature. On the international front, I've been blessed to have left a positive, or continue to leave a positive mark for Liberia on the international front. Being a part of peace missions. In 2018, there was a major conflict in Sierra Leone where the parliament refused to meet on a Marabio, and the opposition, the ruling party, did not have the quorum. I headed the first time a parliamentary mission, and I was able to bring both sides together to have a united front in Sierra Leone on the international front. And I'm specifically mentioning Sierra Leone because for a long time in our history, Liberia and Sierra Leone with the RUF and the MPFL, people were crossing the borders to exchange fires and kill people. That Liberians who have gone there to be able to achieve such a major goal, I think yes, it's not on the local front, but it meant a lot to me. in Bomi County, there's a major community called Guar Jake, densely populated. So we went in there, we erected a multi-purpose building that takes over 1,000 persons. They have their own offices today. That's where the commission office is domiciled. And we sponsor a bill in the legislature to turn that community into a township for our people. So we've co-sponsored a lot of bills. I was one of the co-sponsors with other members of the Western Legislative Caucus, turning Bomi Community College into the Western Region University. We're now working on having the Bapuru Hospital as the Western Region Medical Center, and then for tourism in Grand Cape Mount. So there are a lot of things we've done in the legislature, and I'm currently doing a complete overview of those flagship programs that we've conducted, we've sponsored and co-sponsored in the legislature, and we can make that public in the next 2 days.
Thank you. And I asked that question because I know that the political environment in Liberia often embrace, legislative lawmakers doing individual projects, and I know the politics that involves that, right? And there's nothing wrong with it, but I would like to see in the 21st century more of, infrastructure, be it education, roads projects, healthcare, pushed through legislative bills, right? Where we can see a more diverse and a more decentralized development in our country, rather than lawmakers focusing more on individual projects. I am familiar with Rock Hill. I served that community, that area, for over 15 years. We actually built when you like I said earlier, you helped us groundbreak a library, and the goal was to build $150,000 library in that community. And unfortunately, right after we did the groundbreaking ceremony, we had some issues with the land, where families did not agree to have us use the land because they thought that some family members had collected monies and they were not a part of it. And so that kind of pushed the project back. But we went back and opened up a public library in a school in Rock Hill called the Yakopo School. And I think you are familiar with that. And the school that you talked about, a lot of, I think we had about 10 students who we sponsored in that school. I want to ask you my second question, and I'll ask you twofold. The first is, and I concur with you, you mentioned something about the embarrassment on display at ECOWAS with the request to have members appointed by the speaker. By the way, I do recognize Jeremiah. I do recognize Fanati Kofa as the legitimate speaker of the 55th legislature. I just want to be clear with that, and how that has been an embarrassment because he didn't understand how ECOWAS work and the processes that you have to follow to have folks recall or remove. And I agree with that. Now, as a member of the Senate, that body have recognized Crook Richard Cohn as the speaker by virtue of the fact that they've worked with him. They work with the majority black to pass the budget and so forth and so on. I want you to tell the public, did you support that? Did you support the recognition by the Senate of Richard Cohn as a legitimate speaker? And two, even if you did not support, do you have any idea? Can you expand on what rule, law, or morals that guided that decision by the Senate to work with Richard Cohn?
So in the Senate, there was no vote taking or debate in the plenary of the Senate to derive that decision. It was based on consultation in the Senate, which we have the right to do. We do regularly. It was based on consultation. There was no vote taking. I, along with a few senators, I'm not privileged to call their names here, but some members of the Senate, have spoken against it. And I have nothing personal against Richard Cohn. Richard Cohn is my very good friend. I like him. He and I worked together before in the legislature. I just have a problem with the process. And I just think that once it's not done legally, we should not allow it in our political space. Liberia is a country of laws. And if we cannot just respect the law because we favor a particular person or a particular group, that doesn't speak well of us. I think, it's clear. Everyone knows they have the support of the executive. I think the executive will mobilize and get the 49 signatures to remove Furanti Kufa or have Furanti Kufa to resign until one of those two things are done. As a member of the legislature, as a ranking member of the legislature, long serving and now an international parliamentarian, I don't think I would subscribe to something that is against the law of the country, and I won't have the face to represent my country as I do in on the international space. Sorry, on the international space. So I believe also that Furanti is a speaker. Yes, his speakership is seriously challenged. He doesn't have the majority. He doesn't have a number to call quorum. It has stalled the working of government, and that's the politics of it. Until he can voluntarily resign or have the 49 to remove him, it's difficult to that's how our constitution is fixed. So there's nothing we can do about it.
So let me just push back just a little bit. So did you say, just for the record, did you say that the Senate decision to work with the majority black was not done based on any flow debate or any consensus?
It was based on consultation, and it was based on the opinion of the Attorney General. So the Liberia jurisprudence calls for an opinion of the Attorney General. So whenever the Supreme Court have a ruling, the Attorney General can give an opinion for advisory opinion. It's referred to as the opinion of the Attorney General. He can advise the government, the president, or the legislature, or the branch of government that is affected on his interpretation of the opinion. That opinion does not have a full weight of the law. It's not binding. It can go to any court to say this is it. It's on the shelf of the Ministry of Justice, where it can be used as the opinion of the Attorney General. So the Attorney General did an opinion for the executive. In his opinion, he believed that the majority of blacks should be recognized. I don't subscribe to the opinion of the Attorney General. And but it's not illegal what he did. He has the right to do it. It's not illegal. I don't subscribe to it. I do respect my colleagues in the House of Representatives. I do respect my colleagues in the Senate, but I respectfully disagree in recognizing the majority bloc as a lead of the leadership, as the leadership of the legislature instead of Furanti Kufa, who was duly elected by his colleagues. I think until he can resign or have the majority, 49 members, to remove him, anything else would be considered as a coup d'etat.
Tomalin, just 30 seconds, please. So I don't want to put you. Just 30 seconds. I don't want to put you in hot water. If you don't want to answer this question, don't answer, because I think it's embarrassing. Look, you said what's happening in ECOWAS was embarrassing today. I mean, that's just it's a minute embarrassment compared to what's happening in the entire country, right? And for the Senate is supposed to be the bigger brother of the House of Representatives. For the Senate to allow or be informed, for their decision to be informed, right, by an opinion by the Attorney General, and not the ruling of the Supreme Court, which supersedes any opinion. Anyone who has any appreciation of law, is worse of an embarrassment. So would you publicly say that this embarrassment at the Senate and at the high is being led at the highest level by the pro term Senator Nyenwolo Lawrence?
Well, the pro tem, like the speaker or anybody, I served once as presiding officer, so I can tell you the pro tem happens to be first amongst equal. But you cannot shift the blame of senators on the pro tem, because if majority member says no, the pro tem cannot say yes. So the pro tem may be in support of it. I mean, that's her coalition, that's her political group. She may be in support of it. But I wouldn't squarely put the blame on her. Put the blame on majority of those who believe that. And don't forget, the Senate, as mature as it is, and as House of Elders, is also a political theater. Every member of the House of Representatives has a link to a senator. Every member, whether by political party, political affiliation, or by constituent, through a county. So the same way there are people supporting the minority black in the House of Representatives, like people like us, there are equally senators that are supporting the majority black in the House of Representatives. And if those people happen to outnumber us, don't forget our democracy is funny. You see, like Sierra Leone, if you got elected, for example, on the ticket of the SLPP, and you went to session the next day and say you're leaving SLPP to go to APC, you know what it says? It means you are losing your seat. Because the seat you occupy is not your personal seat, it's a seat of the party. You are bearing the flag of the party. In Liberia, in 6 years, you can change party 12 times and nobody can handle you. Nobody can take that seat from you. So our democracy is kind of different. People are elected as opposition or elected on another party ticket, like what happened in the House of Representatives. Some of the people that are kicking Funanti or who happens to be a sedition are members of their own party. So again, it's different in Liberia. Every democracy is different. So it's unfortunate, but I can tell you for a fact until either the Supreme Court gave a clear ruling that Funanti Kofa is not the speaker and recognizes Richard Kwan as a speaker, or Funanti Kofa resigns as a speaker, or they have the 49 signature to a vote to remove him. I wouldn't consider him otherwise than being the speaker.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Siddiqui.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity and good to be here. So, Senator Snow, I listened to you. You spoke about a grading. I think Sylvester asked you the question to create a government from 1 to 10, and you said 4. And I agree with all the reasons you gave. But here is my question to you. Many Liberians, both home and abroad, believe that the legislature is also part of the problem that Liberians are faced with today. For the fact that, you guys, your benefits, you are taking, your salary, many Liberians think that, some of the money you are being paid with is very unreasonable in a poor country like Liberia. Most especially at this difficult time we find ourselves, where the U.S., the finance minister came out recently, talking about the assistance that were cut down by the United States government, and how the government is struggling. The government don't have money to do some of the things that they need to do, most especially supporting education and all of that. And one of your senators, by the way, have been advocating for the cut down of salary, which is Dillon. Even though Dillon come out and say something in the public, but in reality, he means different things. We know that, and we have written by that because
laugh.
we supported him, but he lied to us. But what can you say about this? Honorable Snow, that you guys are taking in unrealistic salaries and benefit. Some of you live in your own house, but the Liberian government pay for your rent and all of that, gasoline, and all those benefits. What can you also say about that, relating that to your percentage you give the government and the president?
So the legislature is a part of a whole. So when we speak of the government, I must sit here and tell you that the legislature is outside the government or is better than the executive. We are equally the cause of the problem. And I'm not an exception. No, we are cause of the problem, and we need to have drastic reform. We need to have deliberate action, take genuine action for reform. Now, before the USAID cut and all these authoritative measures we are going through today, I was one of those that felt that with the pressure we go on, the pressure on our salary, that the salary was even small. Today, if you ask me the same question, I'll tell you no. So if senators are genuine, and key word will be genuine about salary cut, then I think we all must encourage it and do it. Or if we can do it on our own, we should be able to do it. But yes, I think we are part of the problem. And I always agree with my friend Delon and I agree with him a few years ago when he said the legislature or the Senate was spineless. I agree that we are spineless. We have not been robust. We've not done much to keep the executive feet to the fire. Sometimes we act as an extension of the executive, as stated a few weeks ago or a week ago by my colleague from the MPP, James Barney, when he encouraged the president to have the span to run this country. So I agree with him. And so we are a subset of the society. And To know a country is to see the legislature or the parliament or the Congress, whichever nomenclature we use. Every behavior pattern that you find in society, you find it in the legislature. Because people elect their peers. So I won't sit here today and tell you that we are the perfect people or we are doing better than executive. No, we share responsibility, and I think it's time that it is but hard time that we buckle up. We have to get a little more robust. We have to look at our benefits and our salaries and make the adjustments to face today's reality. And that's why I'm saying if people are genuine and don't have any other external revenue, be it a member of the ruling establishment that may have other revenue. I'm not accusing anyone of having any external revenue, but on an equal and fair basis, I think we need to review our salary and benefits to reflect today's reality.
Okay, thank you so much. So my next question would be like, we have a system of government where we encourage check and balance, where the executive, can just do anything they want to do without the approval from the legislature. So like few months ago when the Unity Party took over LA, we saw a very unrealistic deal in the country about some 285 yellow machine stuff. And that because it circulated the internet, there were debates, and then some senators, I think you spoke about that you guys were not informed and all of that. So those machines came in the country. The executive intentionally tried to place on the mind of the Liberian people. They took on the street, making it look like we are bringing something, which was very unrealistic. Senator Snow, and to a point, the president wrote the House of Representatives and all of that. But how far is that deal? Because to my knowledge, those yellow machines that came in, they said they were back at the barrel. We don't know. At some point, when we talk about those yellow machines, supporters of the government come and say, these are the machines the government are using to face the road to the southeast and all of that. And if that is the machine the government is using, did the legislature ever sign or pass any agreement, and how far, because the government or the people of Liberia did not see 285 machine, yellow machine. I think we saw like 10 or maybe 11 or 15, whatever it is. How far is that deal? And if we truly mean well for the Liberian people, why can't we hold the executive accountable and just allowing the executive just do anything they want to do? For example, like Robert was asking you about this decision of the Senate to support the majority bloc, even though, the law was disrespected. The Supreme Court ruled and say, the majority bloc was in error, but the Senate went ahead and endorsed the majority bloc simply because they had the backing of the executive. So how far is that yellow machine stuff, Senator Smith?
So the issue of the yellow machine still remain a doomsday conspiracy, let me say. There's no here, no here. When it started first, there were rumors that it was ranging around $80 million on taxpayers' money. Then it now came to 20-something million, then I think 30 million. Yes, when they came into the country, I don't know if they even paid duty on those machines coming to the country. There's the Minister of State, I think, with what portfolio was, on top of a Jeep in violation of public safety, but on top of a Jeep, as though she was campaigning and parading with those yellow machines that they've come to liberate or to rescue the road network in Liberia. Those machines are still parked on government property. I don't know if it's a private arrangement or it's a government arrangement. We've asked questions, we've raised the issue. We've not getting any clear answer. The information that some of the money that was approved in the budget under the Ministry of Public Works are geared towards procuring those machines. And we have yet to see it. And what I said to you earlier on this show, and I'll say it to you, we have a whole think tank, there's a whole team that's cataloging most of those wrongdoings, the corruption thing, and I know that 2029, when we take this government out of power, some of those actors, people that were on top of those machines,
that have dual nationalities will take the other passport and will leave the country. Even before inauguration is held, they'll leave the country. But people will answer for the stewardship. People will have to answer. Just how people are answering for what happened in the Weah-led government, people will have to answer for what's happening in this government. So the yellow machine thing, I would say bluntly, and I wouldn't mix my voice on it, was surrounded with a high degree of criminality. And it didn't speak well for us as a country, because one minute the president wrote and said it's a gentleman agreement. One minute we putting money in the budget to procure those machines. Whether there was a case study done to know that each county need how many machines and what would be the fleet arrangement and the wear and tear of those machines, and how we're going to manage it. There's no program, there's no national program put into national asset. If you have a fleet of national asset that you want to take to every country that we had before the war, we had the Ministry of Rural Development, where you had, workshop in the different counties with machines being deployed in those counties. What's the plan? What's the plan for that to happen in Liberia today? But is it a quick fix political situation, or somebody trying to make money out of the road network of Liberia to say, okay, we bring the machine and tell we come in phase where we can make millions of dollars out of this deal? It's just been surrounded by criminality. So I hope those people that were in the cabinet meeting the day before yesterday and cheering for the president as he was talking about going after people, he didn't talk about going after LTA chairman who is linked to corruption, but he talked about going after 16 billion and the 4 missing boys and this other one, that other one. And people were cheering. Those people will answer for their stewardship as well, and I can tell you, the president has been smart, because he knows that after 6 years, either by age or by presidential privilege, he wouldn't be called or dragged into court for corruption. But those very people that are aiding and abetting corruption and facilitating things and think people don't know about it, the files are open on them. And those files will be revealed at the appropriate time. So again, the yellow machine issue, I think, was just a bad deal for Liberia, at the expense of taxpayers. And if it ever goes through the cracks, I think it would just be surrounded by criminality.
Yeah, my last question.
Thank you. You asked 2 questions. Let me progress. The people want to call too, but we'll be taking calls quickly. But before that, Senator Snow, I will get in. Let me ask you this question quickly into politics now, so we'll get into it. Right now, the Western Cluster, a company in Bomi, they are on record to say that they are contributing $2.8 million for social and educational projects in Bomi. And people still consider Bomi as one of the poorest counties in Liberia today. And people are asking that you, as a very influential lawmaker from Bomi, why is Bomi not benefiting much from Western Cluster, so forth? And in fact, furthermore, some of your critics believe that because of you are not really involved in really advocating for the people of Bomi, and that's why, in fact, honestly, many people thought that the CDC would have swept Bomi because of your endorsement of the CDC, but all in play into that, CDC lost Bomi, and then the people of Bomi are not benefiting from Western Cluster a lot. With all that money they said they're allocating for social development benefits. I mean, how do you address your critics about these issues?
So, I was privileged to have joined the Liberian political landscape at a tender age. Many years ago, 25, 26 years old, I became the MPYC chairman to the NPP. Went through a campaign in the 1997 election that brought the NPP to power. I've been in the political landscape since then. And I think I tried my best to understand Liberian politics. Unfortunately, people that have not been elected, or if they went to election, even in a household, their wife and children may not even vote for them, sometimes are those that make the political decision. And I'm saying that to talk about the case of Bomi. When I supported Mr. Weah in the 2023 election, I've always made the case to Mr. Weah and the team that Bomi was a challenge. Not just Bomi, but Western Liberia was a challenge. And that resources must be mobilized, campaign must be forced into the Western Liberia to ensure that the CDC won Western Liberia. Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
So yes, it's easy to say that Snow did not deliver bombing, but I ran bombing as representative, I ran bombing as senator. I know what I did, I know what I spent, and I can tell you here today in this public space, for the election I ran to be senator in bombing in 2020, the money I spent for my election, the CDC, to my knowledge, did not spend 20% of that amount in Cape Mount, bombing, and Bapolo for the presidential election. So it's easy to say Snow did not deliver, but I've never been with all of my political mind or strategy or everything. I've never been able to turn water to wine. And if anyone thought I could have done that in 2023, then it was just a miscalculation. I can tell you tonight on this air that 20% of what I spent on myself in my senatorial election was not spent in Cape Town, Bombay, and Bapolo. When indeed Bapolo is a part, pretty much in terms of heritage, you can connect Bapolo to Lofa County. Bapolo was once a part of Lofa County, and then before in the Charles Taylor government through Chief Jalalo.
Republicans, when Joe Biden was speaking, I don't think it's appropriate.
So through in the Charles Taylor government, it was turned to a county. So the standard bearer of the seat of the Unity Party, then Vice President Boyka, now President Boyka, who comes from Lofa, had deep roots into Bapolo. So the need for the CDC to pay attention to Bapolo could not have been overemphasized. Then you come to Bombay County. President Boyka lived in Bombay. His wife is from Bombay County. He has a home in Bombay County. Now also he has a farm in Bapolo and then a home in Bombay. He spent almost all his weekends there. His wife comes from there. So he had a very strong root in Bombay County where the CDC was going up against. The CDC also supported a senatorial candidate who was in a favorable person for the party, and the president linked his re-election to a senatorial candidate who was not popular in the county. That also affected the CDC base in Bombay County. In Cape Mount, the founding fathers, some of the founding fathers of the Unity Party comes from Grand Cape Mount County. Cape Mount has been very close and attached to the Unity Party. So they need a CDC campaign strategy, which I wasn't a real deep member of, but I supported the party and I proudly did that. If you hire elections again, I will do the same thing, no regrets. But they did not listen to the advice that was given regarding the West Hill. We took it for granted, and that affected us. So again, it's spilled milk. It has happened, and that's it. Now talking about social development funds coming through Western Cluster, the way our financial system, reporting system is organized in Liberia, all money coming through the general revenue goes into the consolidated accounts. And that money, when it goes into the account, is paid off to the county or buying through the Ministry of Finance. Is Western Cluster paying? When I was active in the bombing caucus before the rescue mission, where I now become a minority member of the caucus, we follow up to make sure that monies were paid. Were those money disbursed to the county all of the time? No. There were times up to the election that the government was still owing Bombay County some money that was paid by Western Cluster. And to date, the government still owes the county money paid by Western Cluster. So those monies don't go directly into the county account. In some jurisdictions, once money comes like that, it's bifurcated. It goes into where it's supposed to go. So if Western Cluster is supposed to pay government maybe $10 million, and out of the $10 million, there's $2 million for the county, it bifurcated immediately during deposit. So it goes into the county account. But in our case, it goes into the consolidated account, into one pot. So by the time money gets there, maybe you pay money on the 20th, and government needs to start raising money for payroll by the 22nd, 23rd. They're not going to take that $2 million and say they want for bombing. They'll go find money from somewhere else for payroll. They put everything in one pot to pay the payroll. So it has been challenging, and that's why we want to pass in the new local government act some of those responsibilities are bifurcated, where the county will have the direct benefits and it's properly managed through an audit system. And we look forward to that. Or otherwise, it's been a challenge. Hearing those figures and having it in reality has been day and night.
Okay, lastly, people are saying that. I mean, I know the vice president said that had the elections not gone the way it went, you and him would have been on a ticket. He was going to be a running mate in 2029. I know you supported the CDC, and also you also mentioned that you and Chairman Bedete are very good, which I know that you're very close friends. But again, come 2029, some people are saying that CDC and UP should be out of they should not be considered. Now I know you're going back to your party, the MPP. So, I mean, where do we stand? Will you be running as president? If you're running, will you be because I don't know, will you be running the MPP ticket, or will you form an alliance with another party, or will you still support the CDC and President Weah if he decides to run?
So I believe in multi-party democracy, but I'm also cautious of the proliferation of political parties in Liberia. So going to form a new party would not be my cup of tea. Fortunately, I've reunited with my party, with the NPP. Unfortunately, I'm not as active yet as I should be because of the internal ranking. It has made it difficult for me because whichever side you go on, you are accused of supporting one side or than the other. So I'm praying that we're working towards uniting the party. So once we can do that, we can begin to play a very active role in the workings of the party. I believe in the NPP, and the NPP has been tested through the national leadership, and I know that we can do better. So I'm a political person, so I'm not going to say that Rain or Shine have to be on the ballot, but I have my own political aspirations, and I'm sure that I will make a good president of Liberia if I'm given the opportunity. So I've not decided yet to support anybody other than myself. That doesn't spoil Mr. Weah and myself friendship. Mr. Weah and I, as you know, for many years we've been very good friends before football, after football, in politics. In 2020, for example, Mr. Weah went to Bomi and campaigned against me and asked people of Bomi County not to vote for me as senator. After the election, our friendship continued. So we've not always been. The matter of fact, in the 2023 election was my first time, other than when I supported him for the Senate, but my first time supporting him for a presidential bid or vice presidential bid when he ran with Winston Tottenham on the ticket. I've never supported his presidential bid. So 2023 was my first time doing that. That doesn't spoil our friendship. Mr. Bedete and myself, we are inseparable. So, he has his own party. If I was in Liberia, I would have attended his program. I just read now in the news that the school that hosted his party convention, the principal got suspended. I hope it's not true, but I wish him well. And if he sees the need to join us in a collaboration, because to defeat the United Party, they're a ruling establishment. I mean, they're getting, from 18 million to 20 million to $30 million worth of equipment in the country where we don't know where the money is really going to. They're getting money to face rule when cars are still being stuck in the mud. A lot of things happening that we know of. So there could be amalgamating a lot of funds, a lot of cash somewhere for the election. So it's going to be, we're not going to take it for granted. So with a divided opposition, it could be a challenge come 2023. And that's why no one should put their aspiration cast in stone. We almost leave room for flexibility. We must leave room for adjustments. And we must have a common front to regroup and redeem this country, because if this is the essence of rescue, then we don't need an ambulance. We need more fire trucks.
So we're going to the phone lines, but before we go to the phone lines, so you got 2029, you got all your close political buddies on it. You got President Weah on the ticket. You got Musa Bey on the ticket. You got Jeremiah Kuhn, and if you decide not to run, you got Mr. Cummings. I mean, where will you be heading?
What I wouldn't do 2029 would be to support the United Party.
You will not support them?
No.
So Kuhn is off the Margot Kuhn. Jeremiah Kuhn.
Why Kuhn leave the United Party and join another party?
Exactly.
So that means okay.
No, it means nothing. I'm just saying to you why if he does. He came from the NDR, so why he leave or the NDR break ranks with the Unity Party and go back?
It will be a done deal. His chances of even having a strong process will be the ruling establishment, I think so. But to leave then and say he won't go back to NDR, he's done.
But if they really
you know that
Snow,
you know that clearly. To leave the Unity Party, you know the structure and the process of bureaucracy. His hope is that he wants the institutional bureaucracy to back him. The source of that bureaucracy is going to be finance and the rest of that. That's going to be his
But how sure are you that Kuhn wants to be president? Why Kuhn is just satisfied with having been vice president for one term?
I know that he's desperate eyeing the presidency. That I know for a fact. And I know you know, but because of the friendship, you want to protect that. So that's just an issue. I know that.
I will say this to you again. Vice President Kuhn is my very good friend. We have very good ties, but our political interests do not align. So I will not compromise my political interest for his. And you can take that for a statement as a statement of fact. So yes, he's my friend, very good friend, but our political interest and ideology no longer align, and I will not compromise mine for his.
You have supported the CDC and UP. Why if Mr. Cummings asked you to join him, to join the support, were you supporting him?
If I was advising Mr. Cummings, I would actually advise him. I think he would make a very good senator of Maryland County.
Okay. Myean, let's go to the phone lines. Let's take some calls.
So the lines are activated. You can put your calls in 0777-649986. So we have our first caller on the line. Hello, caller. Hello, caller.
Hello?
Yeah, name, where do you call from? Wow, we lost that caller. So you can put your calls in 0777-649986. You can also call us on WhatsApp +231-0777-649986 to be a part of the closing argument here on Truth 96.1. So if you've been following, you can put your calls in 0777-649986. Selected this caller. Hello, caller. Hello? Yeah, Nima, where do you call from? Okay, make a point.
Okay, yeah, I'm now 100% aware of the issue, but what I want to bring to the attention is concerning the Liberia Communication Service. And to send the president and the place of the suspended the commissioner, we haven't heard nothing yet. So we are very concerned on that.
Okay, thank you. So
Caller,
the last
caller you live. Caller you live.
Oh, okay.
You sure?
Yeah, you live. You live.
Okay. Okay. Senator Snow, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Go ahead, name.
All right. My name is Kehleboe Gongloe. I'm calling from the state of Pennsylvania. I have two questions. First question: when the legislature passed the budget, they passed our budget with external funding like USAID and other donors. Like on the education sector, I think it was like I believe 34 million or something like that. And on our health, I think it's 23 million. Agriculture, 11 million, thereabout, and other areas of government. The fact that USAID has put a fund on hold, does the legislature intend to call that budget back and work on it because it's no longer whole? That's one question. The second question I have for you is, I listened to you keenly. It's kind of interesting that you say you and the vice president political objective does not align, which is, I'm quite impressed for your honesty to say, okay, you are my friend, but we don't have the same political objective, So in the mix of all of these, given that he's one of the key officials in the government, and this government, there's cases of corruption all over, do you intend to maybe call for a hearing on some of the
corruption that Myean Cody is unearthing in the public?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so
So we have a caller here.
okay.
Hello, caller. Hello. Yeah, make your point. Your name and where do you call from?
My name is Moaba and I call from Minnesota.
Okay, make your point.
Yeah, I call from Minnesota, and let me say, we're living to Senator Snow and thanks for your service to our country and the West African South region. And I want to make this clear. I really admire your staff leadership because of the in Liberia, there is no one that is perfect, or there is no one that is bad. But at a certain stage in life, you must say enough is enough and we should do the right thing. And I think that's the path that you have taken. So I want to say continue on that and let other people see similar things and follow you. Because you've been in government for almost 20 years as a representative, now you're a senator. And all that you guys did in time past, you have realized that also one thing we did was not right, and you did a U-turn. That's fine. And we hope that other people will see similar things and follow the example. That's the only way we can move our country forward. But we can't keep doing the same thing over and over, and then we think that man will come from heaven or God will come and change our country for us. So I want to say thank you for your good job and keep doing it. Let God bless you and bless our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I got another caller. Go ahead, caller. You live.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say good evening to the Honorable Senator Evan Snow and your listeners and the team on set tonight. My name is Guar Michael Gilman from Detroit, Michigan. And the Senator spoke a very good game. I like it, most of what he said. But my concern here has to do with the renaming of the Emirates Hospital in Bapolu County, Bapolu City. Senator Snow, we've had the John F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital, Medical Center, from ages, named after the former president of the United States. Funding for that hospital, the construction came from the government and people of the United States. And same goes with the Emirates Hospital. Unless there is something that we don't know, funding for that hospital came from the people and government of the United Arab Emirates. Renaming that hospital, don't you think we Liberians, the government and people of Liberia, Bapolu, Bapolu City, the people of that area, don't you think we will be sending a message of ingratitude to the people and government of the UAE? What is our reliance to rename the hospital? Also, we saw Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the Unity Party government, try to rename the Samuel Kanyondo Sports Complex, and we saw the backlash. Do you think if you rename the hospital and 2029 or in the future, a government by the CDC comes to be, don't you think they will go back to rename the hospital and will be doing that back and forth every time? What do we have any information that government resources were used such that the government will want to rename the hospital today? Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Snow can answer the questions now, I think.
We have someone on the line.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, caller.
Yeah, calling from Liberia, so I say good morning.
Yeah, name and where do you call from?
Okay, this is Shepherd G. Thomas calling from the Congo Towns Belt. I just want to be I want the senator to help me with this answer. Looking at 2029, because if you carefully follow the track of President Walker, any smart person will know that he's planning to rig 2029 election. He has changed the defense minister. He had all the people under his control, even the National Election Commission, as we are learning, trying to put his own people there. What if, for which we are not praying for, what if they rig this election? Is there anything that ECOWAS can do forcibly to do the right thing, or what are we going to feed into from 2029 just in case the election is rigged by?
Okay, thank you. So let's take this next caller. Hello, caller. Hello. All right. Hello, caller.
Well, last caller here. Go ahead, caller. The last caller.
Okay.
You live.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the show. I want to say hi to the Honorable Snow. My name is John Lastman Stanley. Honorable Snow, I really want to ask you, during your deliberation, you mentioned about you said that you guys have no spine as a legislature. You guys have no spine. Don't you think that statement is a kind of disappointment to the Liberian people, because the Liberian people expect the legislature to checkmate the executive and do things in the interest of the Liberian people? But if you guys have no spine, then where is the hope of the Liberian people at this time? Don't you think you guys should just resign? Because if you have no spine, there's no need for you to be over there, because you're supposed to be there to work for our people. And if you can't move, then there's no need to be there. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Snow, can answer the questions so we can close it?
Okay, thank you. I'm in Nigeria, 1 hour ahead of Liberia, so it's already 1:30 in the morning here. But don't mind. That's my first appearance. I have a debate tomorrow on the floor in the morning, so I'll manage it. So the first question asks about the usage, what are we doing about it? So the Senate, we've been very active. I don't know if it's very live on social media or on our Facebook or Instagram page, but we're having a lot of debate. When you heard the statement about Minister Garfanto or praying or something like that, it was through a Senate hearing. So we've been having a lot of debates in the Senate to recast the budget, to look at the impact that the usage suspension of program is causing our budget and our overall developmental program. Because most of those programs that the government did not directly fund, like in the health and education sector, were because USAID were coming in with funding. Now with the suspension of USAID funding, government now have to come back and then fill in those gaps. So they need to look at it. So yes, we are definitely doing something about it. We're having a lot of hearings in the Senate regarding that. The issue of corruption, like you talk about, you mentioned the vice president and then the government. Look, everybody will have to carry their cross. And that's why I say I like what President Becker is doing. Because with corruption all over his government, he decided that he would just suspend, no prosecution, but he will go after the we-are-led government, which I commend him for, don't get me wrong, and audit them, bring them to books, prosecute them, because he wants to leave space for 2020, 2030 for us to go after his people. So, we'll do audit after every 6 years. So I heard people clapping in the cabinet meeting the other day when President Becker talked about plans to go after other people. And because in 2030, the similar action will be taken. So yes, the issue of corruption, now you talk, I showed tomorrow morning, you go on Facebook tonight, you will see all the insults coming at me. You get somebody there's a group in the government called the Color Brigade, that's supposed to call and react to all those things that people say. Everybody should be praise singer. Unfortunately, we cannot have the whole country as praise singer. So people will give account of their stewardship, and the time is coming. Its time is not far. 2030 is not long. It will soon be here. So definitely. In closing, he also talked about God. He also blessed God for the country, and I want to just, as a Liberian, I'm an opposition, but do I want good for Liberia? Yes. Do I want the government to succeed? Yes. Is the government capable of succeeding? No. They have not shown the capability to succeed.
But I want the government to succeed, because if the government succeed, we all succeed. It's good for Liberia. So I like when people say we thank God for the country. The issue of the Emirates Hospital. So we not change, the plan is not to change the name. It's just to recognize it as the Western Region Referral Hospital. So it'll be the Emirate Hospital, which will be considered as a referral hospital in the Western region. Now, in doing that, we have to look at road connectivity. So the road between Bapolo and Bombing, we have to invest in the road. We have to look at the road going through Tottenham Borough of Bapolo, the road going through Swamaka District of Bapolo, and then also electrification. So by referring to that hospital as the referral hospital, like JFK, it's still JFK, but it's the National Referral Hospital. So when you talk about the status of JFK, in addition to calling it JFK or Joint Medical Center, it's a National Referral Hospital. If you went to the Bombing County, the Liberian Government Hospital there is referred to as the Referral Hospital. So what we will be doing is the Emory Hospital will be the referral hospital in the Western region, where we invest more surgical equipment, more laboratory equipment, so people can go there for tough cases to do major operation. It will be the referral hospital in the region, because they have the facility, infrastructure-wise, equipment-wise, they have the facility. And that's why we refer to it as a referral hospital. But it's not. There are no plans to change the name. What you even compare with the SKD, where there were rumors of changing the name, even though nothing that happened. The rigging of election. I don't think anyone in this day and age will want to rig election, especially in Liberia. You know, it's not possible. It's not possible. So. Yes, we are aware that it is just any election. A lot of things happen. Uh, uh, a lot of things happen. I won't go more than that. But in 2029, there will be a vigilance system, and we show that the election is not rigged. And anyone attempting to rig the election will have themselves to blame in a lawful manner. Then we talk about being disappointed in the legislature not having the spend. You're right. Even me, to be honest with you, sometimes I go to bed and I'm like, what do we say to our grandchildren? How do I give account to my children that by the end of my term in 2029, I would have spent 24 years in the legislature? And like one of the panelists asked me tonight to give a flagship of some of the programs I've done. And we talk about road, talk about bringing in books and medical supply. Could we have done more? Yes. There should have been more legislation that will empower our people. And that's why even on my birthday, I made a vow that moving forward, I'm going to invest more into youth empowerment. The young people are very fragile in our country. You saw what happened the day before yesterday or so when the motorcyclists decided to stage a peaceful demonstration. We need to invest in the youthful population. So do I feel guilty about the performance of the legislature? Sorry, 1 minute. Do I feel guilty about the performances of the legislature? I do feel guilty. Should we gather the span to do the right thing? Yes, we should. But again, the legislature is by numbers. When we took over in January of 2024, I was of the belief that because there were registered independent and opposition lawmakers were about 15. And the ruling establishment, they were 14 because the vice president had left. So they were 14 and we were 15. And I really thought we would have been very robust. I thought that we were 15 on the floor, we're going to fight harder, we're going to be stronger, we're going to hold together. Unfortunately, today, if you were to ask me how many opposition senators I can count in the Senate, I wouldn't go more than 5. All right. People have not made pronouncements. People have not officially joined, but you go on the floor and you see what's happening. I mean, you get critical people that you think will stand by you, will tell you something else. Some people have pronounced it already, but some of them have not said anything. But it's very visible. So today in the Senate, if you were to count all of the 30 of us, you won't be able to count more than 5 presidents that you will stand up and say, yes, these 5 or more are pronounced in the Senate as opposition senators. So it makes it difficult. And that's why even when you talk about the Senate recognizing or accepting the opinion of the Attorney General, that's some of the instances. I mean, if you have more, if you thought you have majority, opposition senators, that's not the case in the Senate. And it's unfortunate, but again, everyone have their own right to affiliate politically. Everyone have their own mature mind to make decisions that is best for them and the people, and that's what has happened in the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Snow. In your closing, again, down to your closing. You are in Nigeria. You got work
I
to do
wanted to
tomorrow.
ask you one more question before you does the closing.
Okay, you're doing your closing. But while you're doing your closing, we just want to say thank you again for appearing for the first time on the closing argument. We know as we progress in the politics of our country, it won't be your first time. But while you are closing, we just want you to maybe talk who's your choice in the election. You have any specific choice, and also, in my election, and your choice there. And lastly, just let my mindset. What the last one? Something else people ask me to say. Your choice in my election, but Grace, get out your own there, Grace. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to ask you quickly, on December 5th, 2024, you accused the United States government of disuniting and breastfeeding hate and evil amongst the Liberians because of the numerous sanctions on the government. How do you feel today, since it is another government in power now? You can add it in your closing.
Thank you. Okay. The Nima election will be a quite interesting election. I believe that the opposition needs to have a common front.
Oh, sorry, Senator Snow, sorry, man. I want to interject. The issue about the removal of Senator Yombly is a rumor that we heard the same rumor with Speaker Kufa, and people didn't dismiss it. Now we're hearing in the Senate. I mean, maybe do you think it's possible that the senators, like you just said, 5 opposition, you can only count about 5 senators that are opposition. Do you think that will happen in the Senate, that she will be removed this tenure? Do you think they'll have the vote removal during this term? Thank you.
So, Senator Kanga Lawrence is a very good friend of mine, very close. We're not together politically. She supports the rule and establishment I done. And if there's a need to remove the pro tem, we'll debate it on the floor, unlike, going to sign resolution and this and that. There has been no discussion in the Senate of such. Do we disagree on some of the things? Yes. Do we believe she should be a little more robust? Yes. Do we believe that sometimes she leans on the side of the executive? Yes. But that's what anybody pro tem who is a member of the executive would do. So sometimes we have our disagreement, but there has been no conversation, or I have not been a part of any conversation in the Senate to remove the pro tem. So do we argue? Do we disagree? Yes, we do. And we will always do it. It's a political theater. So, that's it. As regards the Nima election, the by-election in Nima, I think the opposition needs to have a common front. And my fear is that if the opposition, because I'm told now that there are almost 7 or 8 candidates aspiring, if they're divided, they're definitely going to give that seat to the choice of the ruling party. Don't forget, the vice president comes from there. He has a lot at stake. He has to show his supremacy in Nima by winning that seat. It's a big challenge for him. But if we had a common front and put out a strong candidate, then we all can go into Nima and campaign for that candidate. But if the opposition is divided, it will make a big challenge, and then we will have ourselves to regret after the election. We normally do that in Liberia. People will just put their feelings and their decision in cast concrete, and then after the process is defeated, then they come back and say, let's regroup and let's unite and let's do this. So again, I think we should have a common front for the opposition. That would be what I would have to say. Grace, what you said again? Sorry.
Concerning your you know one time in the House of
Okay, yeah, thank you.
in
So
in
yeah,
the Senate.
so Grace, I still believe that either it's by our governance structure or it's since our coup in 1980, but I still believe that from the ties that we perceive to have with the United States, the United States have not equally reciprocated. Um, if you look at other countries, for example, everybody was saying, "Oh, Liberia giving America 1 year, one year visa to enter Liberia." That's why they gave a 1 year visa. And now it has changed. This government have made a policy. I think they're giving Americans now 3 years of entry visa into Liberia, but the U.S. government is still giving Liberians 1 year visa.
When I started.
It started a few months ago. We had a meeting with the foreign minister and were informed about that the government made a decision, I think, through the cabinet. They've adjusted it, the entry visa for U.S. citizens coming to Liberia. I'm still one of those that even believe that American citizens coming to Liberia should just get visa on arrival. You get to the airport, it's stem your boat. Like Gambia is doing, and that's how Gambia is encouraging tourism. But I think America has not done a lot for Liberia, especially those of us Liberians that believe that the Democratic Party is a black man party. I don't subscribe to that politics because, in as much as Black Americans, African Americans, so to speak, align with the Democrats, if you look at the track record in Liberia, it's not much to take home. It's not much to take home. Donald Trump is not a typical politician. He's not one of those typical politicians that we can say he's a politician of the old order or he's a typical politician. He's a deviant. So now with his style of leadership, there'll be a lot of changes. There'll be a lot of things that will pop up. For example, are we happy about the cut in the USAID programs? No. Generally, we say no. But some of the details are coming from what happened in USAID. It's been established, it's discussed now, and I read a report today on that most of the undermining of African government and overthrowing and this and that came from through USAID funded programs. There were things that happened in Africa that came through USAID. Now, are we supporting it? Should they reprogram it, restructure it, and continue the program? Yes. We saw what happened in the White House the other day with President Trump and Zelensky. Is that a normal political diplomacy? No. But there's a war order. This is what we have today. So if those things happening, President Trump, for the first time, Great Britain on one side, America on one side. Today, tariff was imposed on Canada and Mexico, which are America's neighbor. The relationship being strained. If it's happening there, just know what's going to happen to Liberia. Liberia not even going to be on the discussion. So again, I'm still of the strongest view that as Liberia, funded by free slaves from America, even though I normally tell people, I would say this, that when slave trade was in demand, when people were still looking for slaves from Africa, they drove their slaves from America and sent them back to Liberia. So they were stubborn. They were troublesome people. That's what I believe. So that behavior is still in us. Some extent in Liberia, we have our own self-esteem, our own pride. But again, I think America needs to get a little more in Liberia than if you go around today. I mean, even in Nigeria, right here, today we're talking to. I had dinner this evening with the state governor of Lagos. And we were talking about American investment in just Lagos State. The annual budget of Lagos is over $1 billion. I mean, almost 10 billion or so. Just Lagos State. Lagos alone. The budget of Lagos, there are only two other West African countries that can compare the budget, the national budget with Lagos State. That's Ghana, that's Ivory Coast, and Senegal. Besides that, all the other countries combined, Lagos State budget is more than all the states combined. And they were talking about American investment in Nigeria. All right. I mean, what can we show in Liberia for America's investment? I still think that America needs to do a lot. People think that America don't owe us anything. I feel the contrary. You know, in World War II, we're there for America. We've done things for America. The Firestone Plantation, which was America's interest, that we've given them endless years, and every year we say we're extending it and extending it. So I think, you know, from the contributions we've made, the alliances we forged with America, even at the United Nations, voting along with America, standing by America, standing with America. I think a little more should be done in Liberia. That's my view. That remains my view.
Okay, my
Tomalin.
last thing, quick. What is your native name? You say Edwin Melvin Snow. You got any Bassa name?
Oh yeah. So my father, my grandfather was called Guar. He was a Methodist reverend. The Snow name is an adopted name. The person my father lived with was called Omen Snow, and that's how my father. But my father's name is Quito Wa. So if I carry the adopted name that my father brought, my name would have been Edwin Wa. But my bastard name is Momblayu. So when my father was born, it was during a period of starvation. There was no food. So hunger time child. So that's when my father was born. And I always joking about it. I said, but when I was born, up to 7 years old, I was still sucking battle. There was more food than your time. So you told mom like you because there was no food. But when I was born, there was so much food. And we joke about it. But my bastard name is Mom like you.
Okay. Thank you.
Tomalin. But listen, the message got meeting tomorrow morning, so left for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't feel quite. No problem. If you want to go, then you go.
Yeah, he has
but
to go. He's late.
Go ahead. I'm all yours.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Snow, and greetings. My former party is of the United Party. I will be on the show with you.
Thank you.
I was following religiously, and I listened to you. He made an allegation against some folks who believe to be member of the majority bloc. They spent 2 months at RLG, one of the premier hotels in Liberia, and you were kind of not decoding your message. I wanted you to be emphatic. Did he say as a senator, did he say that those people cannot, be at that place at their own expense?
I did not say that. I did not say
another one.
I said that they spent about 2 months in a premier hotel, and they would have mustered the courage to get 49 votes to move for Antikofa. I mean, they are responsible people. They can really go to Buja Haram and spend money there, wherever they want to spend it. That's, they have their own salary, they have their own income. So I never challenged the stay at the hotel. I only mentioned the hotel that's where they stayed for about 2 months. And they should have mustered the courage to get 49 votes to move the speaker.
Yeah, another one. It is no secret that all of the candidates you supported in the elections in Bome were flocked. I mean, they did not win. And given what I've heard and your actions of recent and the feedback you have gotten of recent in Bome, it is clearly seen that your political capital has diminished. Why, if Senator Snow contest today, you do think you win Bome? Because I heard you talk about 2029. And given your political capital has diminished in Bome, what would be your strong hold?
So your assumption, because you're laying a premise, and if the base of your premise is based on fallacy, then it's difficult to.
But the recent election proved that though. Like all the candidates supported in Bome, they now win.
Well, does that mean because people you support did not win, so it means you are not popular? I don't think that's the case. President Brecker supported Francis Nimbale in Foya district, and he was flocked. Does that mean that Brecker not popular in Foya?
Senator Snow giving what, but I know you to be one of the most successful politicians in our body politics. You left from district number 6, went to Bome, went overwhelmingly. You became a representative. Half of your 6 years, you emerged as winner in a battle election between you and current Senator Ellis Taylor. After that elections, you were seen as a political godfather of Tommy. Unfortunately, during the just in the elections, all the candidates you supported, they were flogged. So if I say that your political capital has diminished, I think it's against that background I'm speaking from. All the candidates you supported were flogged.
So I asked you the same question. Joseph Baga comes from Foya. He went to Foya and campaigned for his nephew. His nephew was flogged. Does that mean he's not
No,
popular?
but Senator, you should be answering that question. Do answer me first.
Oh no, but when you asked me a question, and I asked you the same question. You gave me a scenario. You're giving me a case study that because I supported people and they were flogged, it means that my political capital is diminished. So taking the same rationale, the same logic from your question, Joseph Baga went to Foya and campaigned for Francis Nima, his nephew, who's a minister of internal affairs today. He was massively flogged. Does that mean Baga is unpopular in Foya? If you answer my question, that'll be the same answer I will have for you.
No, but you have to answer. I posted a question. So in anticipation, you should be responding to me.
Let's move on, man.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let move on.
Let the two people that just came on. Let hear from Dylan.
Find another question now.
Why you go around? Let's move on. As in the Senator, is it let's move on? I just
already answered the question.
Dylan got one question. Susan got one question. So the Senator.
That's Susan coming in as one question.
Yeah, my last question on Tomalin. My last question.
You know, I think that will lead Dylan.
No, you're not enough of your.
My team of more parents got issue with you, though.
My man, yeah, man, man gotta go. Man got work to do tomorrow.
Well, you asked me the last question. The man just told you that but the man just told you that you don't have problem to money.
Okay, let's move on. Let other people come in.
Willie, let's go. Then go Susan, Robert.
Yes, hello.
I don't have much.
I just wanted to find out from you. You know, we've seen over the years that there's truly been like a leadership vacuum in our country when it comes to, you know, transformative leadership to where, you know, the leadership touches the grassroots, leads to transforming the lives of the people from the bottom up. It seems like the leadership in the country has been more about maintaining the status quo for the elite group that runs the country, of which you form a part of. I would like to know what the characteristics or skills that you feel that you possess that differentiates you or will place you in a position that makes you different from the leadership that we've seen. Because it seems like what we've seen is just one elite group passes it to another elite group, but the people at the bottom of the life never changes. The life has not changed for decades on end. So you just stated that yes, you feel that you can run for president. What is going to be different under Snow's leadership as president?
So if you look at my track record, for example, I've built human capacity. For me, that's the greatest thing one can do. So today, for example, I have a colleague that happens to be in terms of committee ranking, he's my senior in the Senate, Senator Darius DeLong, who was once my office chief of staff. In terms of human capacity, Mr. Ane Kwame, who served me as my chief of staff, is today Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports, serving the second government, coming through my office. In terms of human capacity, Mr. Edwin Miller, my former chief of staff, also is our professional staff at the ECOWAS, international staff. I have 4 students, personal scholarship in India, going to school. I've sponsored several students on my personal scholarship. So instead of just putting bread and butter, in a bread and butter conversation, I've always believed in human capacity building. The other thing I've done that is now common today in today's politics is that I cut across. So I just told you, for example, one of my very good friends in Liberia is the vice president, but we don't align politically. It doesn't stop him from being my friend. Most time today in Liberia, if you're not in a particular party, friends that you knew yesterday, I know if you went to Liberia or you're in Liberia, people that we went to, where you associated with, once you and they're not in the same political front today, then you can be friends. I don't do that. My friends are from all walks of life, from the opposition. So I believe in one Liberia. I believe that Liberia is big for all of us to coexist, for us to work together, and I don't draw lines in the sand. So I believe in multi-party democracy. I believe in diversity. I believe in diverse views. I'm very tolerant, so I don't shut the doors on my critics. If you came out today, and Timberlake will tell you when he used to be on another show, there were times he came very hard on me, very very hard on me. The next day we talk about it, and if I have my own side of the area, we talk about it. And I said, so unlike most politicians today that are not tolerant, most politicians that only believe in their and the family and the family and in the immediate family or so. I believe in building capacity of people. There are a lot of young people today. If you were to open this line and just ask people that have, put through the walls of academic sojourn, they will tell you build capacity of people. And I believe that that's the best thing we can do. I mean, all of you on this show tonight, if your parents are not invested in us in our academic or sojourn or not invested in us somewhere, our parents or relatives or whoever, wouldn't have been here tonight talking. So that's my strength. I believe in building capacity. Everything else will come later. I mean, you can go and put a hand pump somewhere to give water, which is very important. You can build a clinic, which is very important for healthcare delivery. You can build a school, which is good for education sector. But if you don't empower someone academically and build a capacity, you've done nothing.
Susan.
Yeah. It's a snow. This is sometimes acting where you get on another platform. My question, I don't have much to say actually, but I remember when I was on FM with you announced this running thing in 2029, but we haven't really seen any type of movement from your angle. Like I know Musa just Chairman Musa just announced his how do you call it, his party recent time. He came about within not long ago, and he came out after I think couple of weeks, and he announced it. But with you kept saying, oh yes, I have a plan, but we're not seeing any movement from you. We don't even know your political party. What's going on? It is like just a talk or what now? Because we have not seen, I think I heard this from you, I would say 6 months ago. But we have not seen anything from your angle. So what's going on? When are you planning to announce your party name, the people that will be involved? What's the process of registration and so on?
Come on, MPB.
So one or two things. Either your internet has not been working for 6 months or your radio battery died.
Really?
Because,
oh, seriously?
Yeah, because I
Bring
returned to the
MPB.
National Patriotic Party. I announced that publicly. I've gone back to my party, the NPP. I'm actively working with my party. I'm not so active because, like I said, there's a confusion there that we're trying to resolve. I don't want to be seen as taking sides, but I returned to the NPP. I've been very vocal in my political advocacy. So as a matter of fact, the last 6 months I've been more vocal than I've been in most other years. So that's why I say other internet not working. But let me encourage you. I will get a number from Tomalin. I will encourage you to join the NPP, and I will encourage you to run to me to support me. Don't mind Musa. Musa, my friend. We keep him at the table. And I'm happy that he have his own party that would bring him on the table. But I know he's not running to be president, so that's not an issue.
Robert.
My second question to you is that when Henry, please, just joining. I just want to say this, and I will leave the whole floor with guys. You made a statement recently about the protein. Where are we standing from? Because there were rumors on Facebook that they're planning to remove her, and you came out with that statement. Can you just clarify from what angle you are coming from, please?
So, in every legislative setting, you have the movers and shakers. You have those that will have the ears of the flow. You have the people that will sustain the debate on the floor. And in every society or every gathering, you have leaders and you have followers. I happen to be one of those in a privileged position to be one of the movers and shakers. I happen to be one of those leaders. And if there's any discussion of such to have the protem removed, I can assure you that I will be in the loop. So, and the caliber of people I see in the Senate, I don't see cowards in the Senate. I don't see people that I disagree with Protem a lot. She will tell you that. There are issues that we disagree on. There are times when I feel defending the executive and we talk about it, but nothing has led us at this stage to go and remove the Protem because the issue was 17 senators have signed a resolution. The senator I know, if we ever got to the stage to move the Protem, it will be through a letter on the floor where we ask the Protem to recuse herself and we debate it. But as it stands today, I can tell you for a fact there are no to remove the Protem.
Your friend Musa Bezele is saying seriousness, no?
Okay, so
Main uprising managing director, let him lead presidency.
So I know you gotta go. I actually had a lot of other questions, but we're allowed on the platform. But since you brought up so I'm not going to ask you any other because it's going to take time. Since you brought up the party, the MPP, some might say that you betrayed the party, or you betrayed Charles Taylor at a time when the party needed a steward as the founding member of the party. Do you care to clarify why did you leave the party at that time? And what have guided your desire to return?
So the word betrayal would not be the right word I want to use. We all have the right to, even Charles Taylor's wife, who became the vice president of Liberia through the CDC. There was a time when she did not align with the NPP directly. So at times we all make Cyril Allen, who was Charles Taylor, one of Charles Taylor's best friends. There was a time when he left the NPP. So in the NPP, in his existence, there have been times when people feel that either the political interest is not aligned, or the NPP is taking a path that they don't necessarily agree with. And Bernard Ure, Bernard, who was closer to Chancellor than Bernard Ure, he left the NPP and formed his own party. So people will leave the NPP. People have left the NPP. I don't think it should be declared as betrayal. There could be misunderstanding. There could be reasons why you want to leave. At the time when I left the NPP, we just got through a serious crisis. We had an election. And I thought that from what has happened to the party, it was a good time for the party to take a backstage, regroup, and come in stronger. But in 2005, the party decided to field a candidate. And since I wanted to go as an independent candidate, I did not align with the party. I ran as an independent candidate and I won. The NPP has always been in my heart. It has never left my heart. It's like having a girlfriend, you break up with her, and after 1 year, you go back together. Sometimes, even when you reunite, the love can be stronger than the old one. So, NPP is still my baby. NPP is still in my heart. And if I was to choose all over again, I would choose NPP any day.
But don't you think in this whole conversation about encouraging strong political institutions? Yes, I mean, like you said, there always be disagreement. And to use your analogy, if you're in love with someone, if you're married or you're in a relationship, you don't walk out your house every time you disagree with your wife, right? You try to figure a way to resolve those issues. So in the interest of true political institutions, so some might argue that, are you willing to step away from the party again if the party were headed in a direction where you don't concur, or are there structure in the party that deals with internal grievances and how these grievances are addressed? Because every time people leave political institutions because they don't like certain things, or they don't like certain, it diminishes this whole idea of the institution, right? Because if I'm a member of your party, for instance, I'm not there because I like Edwin Snow. I'm not there because I like Musa Ability. I'm not there because I like George Weah. I'm there because of the ideas of the party. And so how do you respond to those who will question the argument that you just made? I didn't agree with the party filling the candidate, so I left. Are you going to stay are you going to leave every time the party is headed in a direction that you don't necessarily agree with?
Okay, so again, I left the NPP before coming back to the NPP was more than almost maybe 18 years ago. In 18 years, I've gone to school. I've obtained an undergrad degree. I've continued a graduate degree. I've been Speaker of the House of Representatives. I've served in many leadership roles. I've been an international parliamentarian. So my level of maturity and political soundness is far mature and better than it was when I first left the NPP. So some of
That's
those
fair.
things that made me to walk away will now make me to sit on the table and discuss those things. Some of those disagreements, instead of walking away, will make me now to sit on the table and discuss this. My accurate level is better. My argument base, my intellectual soundness is is better than it was 14 years ago. So I have an argument. I can make an argument. I can defend myself today. Those days also, we've just come from a civil war. People were agitated. The mindset of all of us was somehow challenged, either traumatized or just being bitter about the situation. So there were times when you just walk away to prevent certain things. Today you can talk, and not do war. So I'm in a better position today to disagree and agree. I'm in a better position to make a case, and I'm in a better position today of national leadership. So definitely, there's no need of walking away.
I think, yeah, I think that's the best response I've heard from you all day. And that's a fair statement. I would take that statement any day over any other statement. I think you should stick with that. I agree with that 100%.
Siddiqui.
Yeah, thank you again for the opportunity. So this will be my last question to you, Senator Snow. Why is it that the legislature, especially the House of Senate, have refused to do a systematic audit? You know, we talk about the president all the time, the president corrupt, and all those things. But why the legislature, especially the branch, you have been in the legislature for so many years. You serve as speaker, and now you're a senator. You know, you're part of the House of Senate. Why is it that you guys have refused? Is it because of some of the bad things that you did? And now we hear you talking about, running for the presidency comes 2029. You know, you guys are also part of some of the problem, in the country. Why is it that something very simple? If you have been doing a good job, why is it to do a systematic audit to prove to the Liberian people that you've been representing them, you've been doing all of what you can do, and you are free, instead of just blaming the executive all the time. Even people who have not been elected, I saw you throwing jab at Mr. Cummings. They should go and be senator and all of that, which is fine. Why is it, Senator Snow, you guys cannot do a systematic audit to prove to the Liberian people that, yeah, you guys are innocent of all the millions of dollars that the Liberian people have spent on the both houses? Why?
So I think your hardest point was the according to your true job, Mr. Cummings. So let me address that.
No, just forget about Cummings. Forget about Mr. Cummings.
No.
Let's stick to the audit. Let's stick to the audit, Senator Snow. Forget about Mr. Cummings. In fact,
let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
Of course, you will answer the question, Brother Tomalin. You will answer the question, but let's not make this about Mr. Cummings.
But you mentioned Cummings. You mentioned it. So you want to clarify it wasn't a shot.
Mr. Cummings, I come in. Mr. Cummings was defeated. We know he got 1%. We know he got 0.00%. He's nobody. We know that. And Mr. Cummings has not made it clear that he will be running for president. So let's forget about him. Why is it that you guys have refused to account for your stewardship in the legislature for so many years? Why? Let's stick to that. Forget about Mr. Cummings.
So to answer your question, let me start with Mr. Cummings.
Mr. Cummings, that's the next one.
Why you talk about him?
Yeah, because you told his job. Mr. Cummings, let you go and run for senator. Let you go and run for the Senate. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So George Weah was perhaps one of the most popular Liberians. He ran in 2005. He went to a runoff election with Manan Salif. And then Manan Salif defeated him. He ran as vice tenant bearer to Winston Totman in 2011, and he came second again to Manasif. He was defeated. So he was tested.
It's not in Nigeria. Nigeria to get power. I think Nigeria internet though.
The NSA in Liberia trying to make sure he ain't talk.
Timberly,
Yeah.
can you
Yeah.
check your inbox, please?
Maybe he needs to go in and come back out.
Yeah, man, but he got to answer Siliki question. Please.
I really wish you could answer that question.
Siliki froze the man. Siliki
Yeah.
froze.
Oh, dear, kumis.
Okay, Siliki are gone. The clock come by.
Okay.
Yeah, the giant afraid of this man. I don't know why. Maybe when this man come, it will cause all of them to account for all the years they've been serving in government. So all the time when they hear that name, kumis, no, they just can't stand it now. So I just wanted to know why they can't do a systematic audit, in the legislature, because that's part of the reason today Ponati is out, because he initiated that auditing, and people like Jeremiah Kun, who he says is the best friend, they oppose that, and today he's out. He's not speaker again. I just wish
Thank
he
you.
could come back.
Let's answer the question.
So the other phone battery died while I was talking. I ran for the other phone and logged in to cancel your question. So let me go to your question now. So Mr. Weir ran second to Mr. Winston Totman, and even in 2014, he still ran for the Senate and became senator. So it was no job I was throwing at Mr. Cummings. I was just using the Weir playbook to help Mr. Cummings to build a base. That was all. It was no Mr. Cummings and we are buddies. Just to let you know, Mr. Cummings and we talk all the time. All the time. The matter of fact, just 2 weeks ago, his wife and I were on a flight together, Teresa Cummings. We had a nice chat, we laughed, we chat, he texts me all the time, I text him all the time. So there was no disrespect to Mr. Cummings. It was just to help him. Because the vote he got nationally, if he had ran in Maryland, that would have made him senator or representative. That's what I was trying to say. Now, let me go to the audit of the legislature you're talking about. I am on record in the Senate, and you can verify this, you can do fact check on it. I'm one of the senators that's still calling for audit of the Senate. One of the only things that I supported Fulani Kofa on during his removal was the issue of audit. I've been a victim of public perception. I was taken to court on corruption charges by Madam Sirleaf, and I won my case. Even when I won, people say the court was not fair because I won. Going like, when you go to court, you gotta be guilty. If you're not guilty, then the court not fair. But I was charged. So every time these kind of charges come about that hang over people, I try to fight for myself. And I've stood up in the legislature and I've called for audit. You ask any senator after this show, on this show, call any senator, they will tell you about that, my advocacy. So I'm now opposed to auditing the legislature. However, the Senate did a system audit with the GSC to do set up a system on the financial records of the Senate. I think that is not satisfactory. I still think we should do a financial audit of the Senate so we can know how ours. Because when you hear that the Senate spent 4 times the budget in the autumn report, and some of us were there receiving their salary, then it baffles you. So I'm not afraid of audit. I have no problem with audit, and I want to publicly say today that I'm one of those still advocating in the Senate for a financial audit of the previous legislature, if possible, the current system.
Did I leave anything out of the question?
No, you didn't leave anything out. But the fact of the matter here is that, you know, things that you wanted to be done, you can fight for it to the core, it will be done. You don't want audit. That's the truth, Senator Snow. You know, and you say that you supported Funanti because he initiated an audit. But again, this is not about you, as you said, this is not about Funanti. This is about doing something that is right. You know, but
Chief,
at the end of the
I
day,
just
15 years to come, 20
I
years to
just
come.
told you you can do fact check. I'm not talking in secrecy. Ask any senator on my stance on doing auditing the legislature. I've supported the
Okay,
issue
what have
of
you
auditing
done?
the
What have you
legislature.
done going beyond your advocacy just to just have you tried encouraging like bidding a team? Because that's what you guys do. You lobby to get vote when you really want something to be done in the house there. You even spend money to do it. Like
You see,
your friend Vice President Kun wanted Funanti out. He paid for RLJ. They went there, they came for 2 months and they kick him out because that's what he
well,
wanted.
well,
So
you
have you
just answer.
also applied that kind of energy to have
You
your
just
house?
answer one of the questions from the panelists who said I assume that people pay the hotel bill. I think you are informer now who paid the bill.
Of course, your friend Kun pay the bill, and I hear that you will be running with Kun 2020 now to be a VP. But that's another day. That's another day conversation.
You see
But
why
I'm
when
just
you see why they say when you go to church they don't raise song.
The message they don't align the same political ideology right now.
Man, you read the wrong song.
Dude, we talk about it ever since. So you just keen now, you're not yet coming in, you so fair, you're going all over the place now. You can't
no,
even learn.
I'm not there, Senator Snow. I'm not there. But
All right.
you guys, the poor politician, like bro, you guys are so. I don't know what Kumis did to you guys. Yes, I understand your body with Kumis. You were in the same plan with him. That's okay. But I don't really know why is it that when you hear this man name, you're telling him to go run for Senate. You talk about George, we are going for the Senate. Okay, George, we are going for the Senate. He became president. What did he do? Nothing. So don't make that to be a tradition. Something that have not worked for the country for so many years. We've been doing it. You have made it seem to be a tradition.
You know, Chief.
They must go to the Senate. They must go to the representative.
The issue, the United Party have made the issue of seeing George where there's nothing debatable. Eh?
Mr. Cromar, for 6 years he did nothing?
Nothing, George we are doing.
Okay, I see. That's why you
no,
got.
But you tell me what George we are doing. What you do?
You got
one. To pose a question.
I can tell you what he did. I can tell you what he did.
What he did?
He did good enough that your vice tenor bearer from ANC supported him in the second round.
Thank you.
Don't let me go into that. That's internal. I will not go to that.
But why are you choosing what to go in, what not to go in now?
No, but I don't want us to delve into that.
When you come on the kind of public platform, you can't use firecracker. You got you all your bazooka then.
You sitting here talking about what has Josh done, but you guys are struggling with 1%, and you're not even accepting for coming to.
1% too much. Make it 0.00%. 1% is too much. Let's talk about what we can do to improve the living condition of Liberians. Forget about 1% and 0%. Let's forget about that. And in fact, Mr. Cummins, I don't want us to be talking about Mr. Cummins now because Mr. Cummins.
Well, you brought it up.
No, I wouldn't brought you throwing jab at the man. You say let the man go wrong. You don't want to decide where Cummins should run.
Who brought coming on the show tonight?
You started it first. Somebody asked you a question. You chose jab at Cummins. You said Cummins should go for the Senate.
Well, I didn't bring any. Somebody asked question.
All right.
I just hope that the zealth, the energy you guys can put into this thing to diminish Cummins' name, they can take that to improve something in the country better, where the Liberian people can have a stable electricity, they can have access to job employment, and stop worshiping the other politicians. Because that's how I went to Bomi during the campaign, Senator Snow. Bomi, there's no internet to even call direct phone. Let's talk about you having an internet to go and browse on the internet. But to call direct phone, I'll travel Mr. Cummins, all of the time you went to Bomi during the campaign. When you go to Bomi to even call somebody locally, there's no internet. That's how bad your country is that you are represented as a senator.
Is that why?
Let me tell you something.
Is that why?
No, let me respond. Let me tell you some of the bad things also are in Liberia that you need to recognize. Some of the bad things. That coming with 5 percent of Coca-Cola, when we get Coca-Cola factory in Liberia.
Okay, great. We don't get Coca-Cola factory in Liberia, really?
No, we did have Coca-Cola factory in Liberia.
Really? You say we don't have Coca-Cola factory in Liberia? Really?
We did have Coca-Cola factory in Liberia.
Really? That's misleading.
But
That's
we got
misleading.
on this show tonight.
Eh?
We got it there?
Yeah, we had it before he left.
We have Coca-Cola. You don't have nothing to say about
Donald
Mr. Cummings.
But so they're not there.
No, they don't have Coca-Cola in Liberia again.
Oh, okay,
they
so
can bring the product to Liberia.
Mr. Snow,
but
you can't joking.
You've been vindicated.
They left.
They cook.
You can't joking. I'm serious.
So Liberia is like Venezuela. Venezuela and Liberia don't have the factory, but the product comes to the country.
Listen, man, is Coca-Cola in Liberia?
I'm somebody who follow Coca-Cola operations a lot. I can tell you,
is Coca-Cola in Liberia or not?
No, Coca-Cola removed that operation
Thank
in Liberia, but the product comes to the country.
Honorable Snow, well, sorry for anything. You were right.
The product, but Mr. Cummings left Coca-Cola before that happened, though. So let's just be fair to that.
Okay.
Honorable Snow, good evening. My name is Anthony, and I came here purposely tonight to have the opportunity to have an interaction with you because you are a member, or if not the chairman of the Liberian delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Good. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for your service to our nation, from the representative standpoint to a non-senator. We just want to say thank you. This is a privilege. It's not a right for me to share the same platform with you. There is this discussion. I want to take the discussion out of Liberia a little bit. There's this discussion about one currency within the ECOWAS region. How far that discussion have gone?
Well, we are making progress. We've been having issues with the issue of sovereignty and the issue of political will. So over the years, for the last 10 or more years, ECOWAS have been talking about introducing a single currency called the ECO. Unfortunately, we have multiple currencies in our region. So, for example, all of Francophone West Africa, which were 8 before Mali, Burkina, and Niger left, there were 8. They had a French CFA.
Yeah, actually
and
9, but yeah, go ahead.
You want to name the 9 for me, please?
I don't want to take all of the time naming the country, but they are 9 countries.
No. You said there were 9, so name the 9. Yeah.
All right, so the Ivory Coast,
Uh-huh.
Senegal,
Uh-huh.
Burkina Faso, Mauritania.
No, Mauritania part of ECOWAS.
We need to put in place.
I'm sorry, not Mauritania, but Niger, Niger, Mali,
5.
right?
5.
Senegal.
You didn't see it already.
All right, new Senegal.
You already said Senegal. Yeah.
All right. No, Guinea have their own Guinea franc.
Hey man, you're wasting our time.
All right, let's leave that part alone.
Sorry again for the second. Sorry again for the second time.
Too many, quickly, man. Let me.
No, Pewee, don't do this. I have a question that
So let me tell you the easy way to do it, eh?
Yeah.
So you got 8 Francophone countries. You got 5 English speaking, that Liberia, that Gambia, that Nigeria, that Ghana, and Sierra Leone, right? So 8 and 5, that's what, 13.
Yes.
Right? Then you got Guinea-Bissau and you got Cape Verde. That's 15. So ECOWAS got 15 member states.
Wait, you got Mauritania?
Mauritania is not part of ECOWAS.
Not in West Africa.
Oh, okay.
So the country that tricked me out was Cameroon, but Cameroon is also in Central Africa. That's why I got confused.
No.
So thank you, Cameroon in Central Africa.
You
now,
spoke with
where
so
does
much.
Liberia
You
stand
spoke,
with the currency thing?
You spoke with so much authority that it was none. That's why I went into depth with
No,
you.
but he
that
can
it was
always,
not
he
none.
can always speak with authority on
Hey,
stage.
hold on, Pewee. I know you don't like Anthony.
Honorable
That's
Snow,
fine.
he
But stay
failed
my
the
big brother.
midterm.
You
Okay,
stay
He can
my
always
big
come with
brother.
authority.
No,
But
you
Honorable
stay
let
Snow,
my big
me,
brother.
somebody quickly.
But
Abi,
hold on, Pewee. Hold
Abi
on,
in the
hold on,
back.
hold on. Ask
So
Tony
on the
that. Hold on.
single
Ask Tony that
currency,
a question.
Again, you
Don't do
can't
this.
speak no more. You fail. You can't speak no more.
So
so
here's the
on the
question that
single
I have for
currency,
you. The follow-up question on that one
so on the
currency.
single currency, we've made some progress, but not sufficient enough. Fortunately, the former Minister of Finance, Bama Kamara, is now in charge of that effort. His office in Sierra Leone. He's the Director General of WAMA. WAMA is responsible for the monetary union of ECOWAS states. So he's working on that. So what we have had over the years, the 8 Francophone countries have had their national reserve in France. You know, they were colonies, they are colonies
Yeah,
of France.
and the French people
So
still taking that 50%.
okay, I don't know what percentage they're taking because
He
it's
ain't
been so
taking
much
nothing at
authority.
50% on that.
But
That's true. You
They
see, that's
taking
not
money.
long
Pewee, you want argue
Come
it?
on, man.
I get a
They-
foreign citizenship. You but you don't get it. So get.
They
I don't
had
want it. I already read it, got it. I don't want it.
No, but guess, let the guest speaking, man. Guys.
Yeah.
But Pewee, Tomalin, you need to
But-
control
but
Pewee.
Anthony, the guest speaking, let him speak.
Shit, after 2 o'clock in the morning, yeah, I tired and sleepy.
But I think the go
Honorable
for
Snow, I
the
think
easier.
you can leave.
So those 8 countries had a foreign reserve in France. Then they had a central bank BCRO in Senegal. Then Liberia had its own currency. Sierra Leone had her own currency. Gambia had her own currency. Ghana had her own currency. Nigeria had her own currency. Then Guinea Conakry had her own currency. Then Cape Verde had her own currency. Guinea-Bissau was part of that 8 Francophone, even though that Portuguese, but they joined with the 8 to make it, that would make it 8 in the currency. All right. So all of them been holding the turf. So what we are working on now for Liberia, Sierra Leone, Gambia, Ghana, and Nigeria to have one currency, the English bloc. The Francophone already have the French CFA. If you add Guinea to them and add Cape Verde to them, then we have 2 main currency in the region. It's easier to migrate 2 main currencies than to migrate 6 currencies at the same time. So that's the strategy being employed, and I hope that Bama Kamara now that is heading WAMA will be able to make progress on that to also move on and have our ECHO, the single currency.
My last question to you before you go, sir, if I may. My last question to you before we go. There is this term international thing, but now is that passport thing. Instead of having one ECOWAS passport, there is this talks about one African passport, same as the way the ECOWAS is, but it will only carry a country flag color. So that will eliminate African countries seeking visa to go to other African countries. Like for instance, if you were to go to South Africa, you would need a visa using the Liberian passport.
Well, to be honest with you, we're still far from that because we have not had much cooperation from the Arab countries like Morocco, Argentina, Tunisia.
Egypt.
With Egypt, they still consider Black Africa as not being a part of them. And because the economy is thriving better than ours in Black Africa, they are still apprehensive in having this single passport to go around to move the free movement of citizens, goods and citizens in Africa. So as chair of the African peer review mechanism through the ECOWAS Parliament, we've had those discussions, but they have been very apprehensive in accepting the single passport for entire Africa, as we've done now in ECOWAS. As you know, in ECOWAS member state, you don't need visa. You can use your passport. And the matter of fact, we're graduating from passport now. We're using the brand card, just an ID card. So Liberia will be launching that. You can just use your ID card now and travel in any African, any ECOWAS member state, not even passport anymore.
Yeah, Mr. Snow, too many quickly. I'm not again.
Thank you.
I just want to make this comment quickly. It's not question, all right? I want to say thank you to the former speaker and the former FA boss, the former PRC boss, and everything for his evening up with us today. I was betraying something on the computer. That's but Mr. Snow he just said something. I think maybe he may have said it in passing, or he was somehow joking or so, but I intend to push this clarification that the statement coming, the recent convention of the CMC in Nima County was a clear statement, was a mandate given to Mr. Bedite, and to be, because the reason behind offering this solution of a third wave in the country is because of the way two major political institutions that govern the country behave in past time. So this intent is for the CMC to come in this gap, right, and provide this mechanism of trying to salvage the Liberian people leadership. So Mr. Bedite is going to be a presidential candidate, not only a presidential candidate, but he's going to be the candidate that will win the next 2029 election. So there's nothing. We will sit and allow you joke here. He said, my friend, oh, there's no friendship in this politics. We just want to inform you, Mr. Snow, that he's going to contest. This is not the issue that it's a friendship discussion. He's serious about this process, and nothing going to change his mind in this issue, right? That's one of the reasons why the CMC is focused, is intentional. So the process about putting this agenda together is a new era of trying to project a country that we have to leave. Because you just answered other question just now. You said
one thing like brand new political party can win presidential election the same year.
No, you believe that they're going to be a kind of a system that we are going to erupt in terms of changing the trajectory of our Liberian political landscape. You have to have people of a mindset that are prepared to project this kind of a thing in the country. We've been had that before for many years, right? We didn't do that before. So if we structurally put into place Liberia from different political persuasion, that will come and move the country forward in terms of, because the intent is not to go for a vast presidential running mate to someone. I can say this to you. If Mr. Bedite ever subject himself to already get his intent, I would never participate in Liberian politics. He's going to be a presidential candidate, and he's going to be the candidate that will save the interest. So I thought
the man was a unity party man supporting.
I'm never again.
Thanks for the lecture. I appreciate it.
Few seconds, but he gave back in few seconds. I've never been a unity partisan. I was a sympathizer of the National Patriotic Party. My late father, Professor Lofa Pewee, played a pivotal role into the NPP. And I did sympathize with the NPP for years.
Everybody running from Joseph White.
And I heard it, but I've never associated with the Unity Party.
Okay, that's in the smoke.
It's late over there. Go ahead with your
question. 3 hours, 30 minutes.
One last question.
They well. Let me get parting comments.
So again, I just want Susan, Kev, keep texting me to say hello to you. So
Kev,
oh really?
Yeah. So you say hello to Susan.
Hey, Susan, they coming also.
Anyway, Tomalin, let me take this time to say to you that, you know, not coming on your show for all this time wasn't deliberate. I think our schedule has been clashing. You know, you're someone I have the utmost respect for. You're very, very objective. Even as a friend, you command a lot of respect for me. You're very objective, and every time I like to talk to you. I also want to say to your panelists, I think it was a very mature show. I like the question, the line of questions. I like the arguments we've had. And I look forward to coming on your show again. The end of the day, we have one Liberia to protect. And I always reminded Mr. Boykai, President Boykai, when he spoke during the campaign, even the day he went to receive his certificate from the Election Commission, he said to the Liberian people there will be no blue or green Liberia. Unfortunately, he has painted green all over him. For example, people have been nominated to positions, someone like Sylvester George, a journalist, and people went to him and said Sylvester George campaigned for CDC, so his nomination was revoked. The Bobby Livingstones and others' nomination were revoked on ground that they worked with the Justice Ministry and they were part of the prosecution team against Gloria Scott. A lot of things have happened. You know, people have been suspended from their jobs and replaced by partisans. So this is not a Liberia we envisage. We want a Liberia where we all can coexist. We want a Liberia where qualified people will be given jobs based on merits.
Today, Liberia is more divided than it has ever been. So all of us, we have a social and moral obligation to our country, to reunite the country, to work together amidst our political persuasions. We still owe it to Liberia to work for Liberia. So again, I'm a public figure, so whenever I'm invited to the public space to speak on national issues, I will definitely make the time, and it's always a pleasure. I'm a friend of the media. I love the media, and that's why I own one. So I don't shy away from the media. I don't run from public engagement, and I'm not a perfect person. I would never come on air or in a public space and brand myself as a guy who is faultless. No, I have a lot of shortcomings. I have a lot of baggages, and I stand to rebrand myself to be a better person. And that is why I think every time I'm given an opportunity to come in the public space, I try to honor that so that we all can help to brand each other, brand our country, and make it better. Again, to the panelists, I want to say thanks to everybody. It was a good show. To my brother who spoke so well, but my friend Musa Belede to me, I'm happy that you gave me a good lecture on Musa. Musa is my friend, and with all due respect, I will never look down on him. I'm happy that he organized his own political party. I wish him well. If he so desire, he can join us in this effort. If not, on the other side, we can be assured that we flock him massively. And he won't like the outcome of it. So he may as well just join us and let us carry this boat together. Or else they beating a cow that came from Mali. I seen flocking to get that cow. That will get the Musa.
It's going to be the opposite of what you just said.
But Senator, before you go, Tomalin, one second,
Yeah,
before you go, I just wanted you to help encourage your colleagues. They've been some of them have been afraid to come on this platform. This is the most credible platform in the Republic. We don't have no convicted felon on this platform. We know what the convicted felons are. And so we love to engage.
I don't want to get engaged in
that's
that.
fine. That's my comment. I take responsibility for that comment. It's a factual comment, but we don't have no convicted felon yet. So we would like to engage everyone. This is everyone's show. This is every Liberian show. So please encourage the guys to come here. Let's have a substantive conversation. But thanks for making yourself available again.
Again, I just want to say to you that that's your view on whoever you want to place that on. I don't cast expression on others. I think the proliferation of media outlets in Liberia talking about Liberian politics is good for our democracy. So we want to encourage others to do it. And I'm not a sheriff in town. I don't know who are the convicts, but we all are Liberians, and I think we all should coexist and work together.
Thank you, Senator Snow. We appreciate you so much for coming, and hopefully you open the doors for others to come on and engage us. Like I said, like you regularly said, you are the front of the media, and that's why some people can always misinterpret you. But you go wherever you are called upon, you challenge, you go there and avail yourself to be asked the tough questions. And I think tonight, everybody asked all the questions they could ask you, and your political ambition and your political lineage in the past, and whatever the case, about reforms in the House or in the Senate, your position on the impasse of the House. You have made your position clear tonight. So, and we look forward to engaging you. And like you said, 2029 should not rule you out. And so we know what can happen. Anything can happen in Liberian politics because politics is local. So let's see what happens in the next 58 months from now. 58 months from now, we'll be talking about this thing. So let's see what happens. Thank you, Senator Snow. We appreciate you so much.
It's always a pleasure, and look forward to coming back on your show. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it, panelists. Mr. Cummings, I'm sorry, but Cummings is my friend, so I wish you well.
Thank you, Senator Snow. And please encourage your colleagues to do audit.
All right, sir. Encourage the Cummings to run in Maryland.
No. Mr. Cummings will decide where to run. If you want to come back as presidential candidate,
Mr. Snow, Honorable Snow, I'll meet you in Buchanan. I will meet you in Buchanan soon.
I look forward to that.
Great.
Thank you.
So, Senator Snow, you're leaving our party, your friend, all the parties in here.
No, that's not true. You know, my good friends are still. No. That one thing I don't do. I still have very good friends. No. For example, my birthday, Mo Ali was my birthday in Bomi. Mo Ali drove there. Mo Ali and I talk all the time. He's one person I admire a lot. I think he's doing a great job at Water and Seaway. I say that all the time. Clarence Massacre is still like a small brother to me. Clarence and I talk. Jeremiah Kuhn, the vice president, my good friend, we talk all the time. A lot of people work with Bryant, communicate with me all the time. Even Cornelius Craft. Cornelius Craft, we always talk. I got a lot
I
of
just
friends in the
kidding, man.
New York
Go
Party.
across. I just kidding. Go across.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't operate like
No,
that. Yeah.
I just kidding. Go across.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Senator Snow, the way you friendly with everybody like this, and the last,
Hey, man, it ain't gonna sleep tonight.
I mean, you friendly with everybody, the VP and all these people that are doing all the wrong thing. We come here and blast at them. When you friend with somebody, I mean, there are certain things that you so. The way you approach them is different behind closed doors. So I feel like that's some of the problem we're facing abroad because everybody that you're friend with.
Susan. Jeremiah, come my friend. I just told you how the government get 4% out of 10.
Okay.
What about Mo Ali? Mo Ali that just
They make two best friends. That Musa Berete, Josh Weah. You know about the three of them, yeah? Senator Snow, Josh Weah, and Musa Berete. You know about them?
Somebody, what is last day in Liberia I saw you?
That was the Joe Weah, the Jamaica.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Senator Snow.
Yes, so
nice.
Senator Snow, one thing I would like to say is that you gave examples of how you said you developed, human capacity, but your examples were mostly you pulling people into the elite of the country. You say that you're launching your campaign. This is not a question. This is just an advice to you going forward, building your platform. Please show us, the Liberian people, examples of how you're taking people from the grassroots, bringing them at least into the middle class, and how you take people from the bottom, bring them into the middle class where they too can live the Liberian dream instead of just pulling a few people into the elite group of the country, because that's where the transformative change will be. That will lead to GDP growth, and that will lead to taking the country into the future.
I will comment on that, but since I'm really tired, I will do it another day. But I've done that.
All right, no problem.
All right, sir. All right, guys.
Thank
Nice
you
talking to
for
you all.
coming. All right, thanks.
All right.
Amazing.
A good one, good show.
So,
Timothy.
Guys, Toronto now open. Y'all see the poll? You got, I mean,
too many.
the spokesperson of the CMC announced today that the ability will be on the ballot. Welcome in now.
Well, the way you sounding, Chief St. Tomalin, it seemed like you are part of that new party that is forming, though.
Oh no, I'm joining a party. I'm independent.
Or when you have some
used to that.
What's that, Chief?
Well, Susan,
Okay,
go ahead.
guys,
Susan,
can we just touch base on two things I want to say here? I mean, I think a day ago or two, Joseph Boaka made a statement about he will make sure. Joseph Boaka made a statement that he's going to make sure and investigate the three missing boys. I also want to say something on that, Assembly George and Abu. Please give me the chance to speak tonight.
They put a call Trump here. Say what? We call Trump. They met who the leader of the free world. They call him Trump. He say what? Man, do that.
You gotta be respectful. You gotta be respectful to the president. Don't do that.
Joseph Boaka, can you allow me to speak? He spoke about it.
Thank God that you lost singer. Don't look at our president. Go to the next president.
Joseph Boaka, NSA people, they monitoring your call, and I'm
Speak, Abu. Can you allow me to speak, Abu? Timothy George, can you tell Abu to stop interrupting me? I'm speaking, please.
We're breaking in, madam. Go ahead. No?
Boaka made a statement about making sure and that killed Joshua on camera. We saw that on camera. This is not just Johnson killed Joshua Omerov.
You are having a tough time. Can you go out?
Yeah.
And come back?
I won't get it. You go.
We got 15 more minutes because
I want to take 15 minutes.
What's going on with my phone? You guys are not hearing me?
No,
now you're coming clear. Right?
You got me clear now.
Yes, you protected Queen Johnson and you were able to give Queen Johnson a job. When this girl killed
Mr. Chairman,
a young boy. What's going on with my phone? Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, because the team want to
yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Abu, don't do that. Don't do that, brother. Don't do that.
Abu,
don't tell me say I'm talking Tabata. Don't do that.
You can say your own, brother. Don't do that.
What come out know about Tabata?
Yeah. The some people here know what I'm saying is not Tabata, Abu. Okay. This old man was able to protect Queen Johnson. You have not done any investigation when it comes to, and again, we have what's her name? During the election, that the boy that killed Infoya. You never did any investigation. So I don't know who really advising Joseph Boakai. And he just coming out here and talking loosely and saying all kinds of stuff. If you want to go and investigate the 3 missing boys case that happened years ago, please try to do the proper investigation.
Wow. Woman comment to man.
These are conspiracy. Soon a woman get into the main point she get there.
Yeah, give your closing comments. I'm gonna watch Trump's speech.
Yeah, let me
go first so I can go ahead and go. I feel like this is an incredible show. It's good because we had a power broker in the country on the show. I felt that he finally came out and admitted that he is running for the presidency. He tried to state some key things that he felt placed him in the position that he should vie for the #1 job in the country. I'm not convinced. And so at this time, I would say that, if we were casting a vote right now, he would not have my vote because I have no confidence in him as the ultimate leader. My question towards him was just, over the years, we've had a lot of failed leadership and you've been part of the power structure. And you guys, we see that the country has been digressing instead of going forward. So anybody from that power structure, we have to convince me beyond the doubt that they're going to be different from what they've been doing in the past. And that's hard to me. It'll be almost impossible. We need to see new leadership. We need to see people who will forge the country in a positive direction. I didn't hear that from him today. I have not seen that in his actions and all his political movements over the years. So as I said earlier, and I'll say again, I'm not convinced. If we were casting a vote today, Edwin Snow would not get my vote. Thank you.
Yeah, me close to money.
Yeah, get a closing comment because you ain't like brother. You're
laughable. Man, Snow.
My internet is good. My internet is very bad, so I'm going to save what I was saying for tomorrow. It's very important to me, so I'm not going to leave it. But my internet is bad.
That was second one.
Again, sure again. Go see him. So like I was saying quickly, right? Senator Snow is one of the problems. He has been part of the problems. He may serve as lawmaker since 2006. Why is he legislator? And he comes on the show, he portrays himself as an exemplary leader, a corrupt man. It is an green fire that he has lost the trust of the people of Bombay. Tomalin, when Senator Snow went to Bombay 2017, the kind of warm reception he received from the people of Bombay. Unlike today, Element goes to Bombay, nothing happening. The new political godfather of Bombay is Eddie Starlock. All the candidates Senator Snow supported in the general election, they were massively flogged. So he did not answer that question. Instead of answering that question, he said to go our President Boakai. why didn't President Obama make you manage to win an election? You supported almost 5 persons. All the people lost. And they not even can second. Yeah, the man say he wants to be president. I prefer Musa Bey than that man said. Because Musa Bey just went to the parliament less than 2 years. And he's making significant gains in the livelihood of the people he served. Go to Nima. I was in Nima over the weekend. Unfortunately for me, I went to study PR. I saw some of the good things Musa is doing. In spite of our political disagreement, you should give it a thumbs up. But Senator Snow, if man who not reliable, then I mean say we should make president. That make him not be president yet. He's not
So
marketed president.
let me go
Wait,
after
I
Abu.
was
Let me go after Abu. Abu, you know, here's the thing, right?
Come again.
You done? You done?
I said Snow does not look like a presidential candidate.
Okay.
Let
me close.
Are we fasting? Are we fasting? You talking a day?
So,
but I mean, I'm going to target it.
Go ahead, Robert.
So, Abu, you have all rights to your opinion, right? And so I respect that. But you know what I would have respected the most, right? I would have. You have Edwin Snow right here, right here. He just left.
Yeah, but he didn't give me time.
Wait now. My time to close now. What I'm saying to you is this: I would have respected you the most had you tell Edwin Snow in his face that he's corrupt. You should have told him that. Why you didn't tell him that?
I gave you a chance. You had time to engage the man.
You had time. You asked the question. But anyway,
you say I asked my 2 questions. I have 3 questions.
Let me do my closing. You let a man go before you get it. But Abu, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Any logical person listening to you, and I know you're doing a piece of job. You're here to defend all things, everything, Unity Party. But when you can't question Snow's objectivity when you yourself have not been objective. I agree, Snow is part of the problem, right? And at least he had the guts to admit to it. He didn't separate himself from being part of the problem. I think Saliki asked him that question. He said, yes, the Senate is an integral part of Liberia's problem. And I would agree with that. The problem with you and others who support Unity Party is that you are selectively picking who's a problem, who's inept, right? Who lacks credibility, and who does not. You don't get to pick and choose when it comes to being objective, right? Koga was on this very show. Koga compares with Edwin Snow. How long has Koga been a legislator? But what did you do? You airlifted Koga every statement he made here in support of his bid in Nima County. In any serious country, does Koga stand any chance of being elected as senator just given his legislative achievement? He has zero. I asked Snow earlier today, what is his flagship legislation? Right? He mentioned some things, but I don't think it was enough. I think he mentioned more individual project that he did than a legislative achievement. We want to see our lawmakers get back to championing bills and stuff like that. But you call him on serious, but you think Koga is serious. So who should take you seriously then? Come on, man. Look, I thought it was a great interview. I'm glad that people are coming on, and I'm glad that Edwin Snow came on. And you saw it was very civil. When you come on this platform, you got to respect us. This is our house. In as much as we'll respect you, you have to respect us. You answer our questions. Sometimes we're tough. Sometimes we're combative. But again, you can help set the tone. And I want to close on this note to one of my sisters who said that she didn't like what I just said earlier. Listen, I did not make Stanton a convicted felon. I want to be very clear. I did not make Stanton a convicted felon. Stanton's act. Man, why you keep doing? Stop this thing, Abu, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but
myself.
So I didn't make Stanton a convicted felon. I wish he wasn't. Stanton's action made him a convicted felon. And a part of my responsibility here on this platform is to speak truth. I don't know not how to speak truth. So when I'm telling the senator we don't have convicted felon yet, Tomalin is not a convicted felon. Ben Sanvee is not a convicted felon. Anthony just put his hands up. He's not a convicted. Pewee, are you a convicted felon? Did you steal money? Pewee. Pewee is not a convicted felon. I'm not a convicted felon. Right? So again, this is a credible show, and we're making a point about a show that is credible, and for all of us, I just have to speak the truth. Okay. And that very convicted felon has the nerve to be attacking men and women who has better character than him on his platform. So why can't we speak the truth? This is the credible platform. There's no convicted felon here. And I think this is where you come to have a substantive and a severe conversation. This is the closing argument. Thank you.
Yeah, can I close,
This
please?
is the closing argument. I like how you close it out, man.
Let me close. It's late for my end. Is
Yeah, so
almost
less than 1 minute. I beg you.
Yeah, let me close. So it was a good show, and it's just so sad that I hear Senator Snow talking about his ambition for 2029. That's his right.
Man.
Abu, can I just
go ahead, man? I'm talking to you. Go ahead.
Okay, so Senator Snow talked about his ambition for 2029. Why in leave accountability in the legislature, and the senator also mentioned. I think somebody asking about. I think that was Robert asking what are some of the things that you've been able to do with all your years in the legislature. And the senator started talking about, I gave assistance to people to go to school. I do this, I've helped people to go to hospital out of that personal assistance. As a lawmaker, you don't count those things.
I enjoy you, Saliki. I enjoy you, Bawe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Today, I'm here studying in Rwanda. Tomalin, who is not a politician, Tomalin contributed to bring me here. Dr. Peabody on the show contributed to bring me here. There are many people who watch this show. They are not politicians. So if you see a senator who is elected for 20 plus years, come on this show, they asking, what have you done with all your services? And you say, I send people to school, people in India on my scholarship, all of that. That's a joke. And then he comes and say, I will be running for president. Who do you like, bro? You see these things. And when people talk about commies, they say, let me go run for Senate. They just see that bring people as a joker. And this does not bother anybody, both in Liberia and people. And you, Abu, I hear you talking about Senator Snow is a joker. Even Chemability said, you, Abu, all of you insulted Chemability. They say the men stole FIFA money.
Who insulted Chemability? Who?
You're the United Party people. And even you. I remember one time you tried on Chemability to unblock you because you disrespected him. You, Abu. You did that.
Who disrespected him? You unblocked me because you did not let one say at the time.
Okay, why you did it? Why you did it? People, I mean, brother.
I don't want you lying on me, my man. I didn't say that.
I'm coming, brother. I didn't, brother. I just want me now to be speaking for. Let me end, please. Just have a tolerance to listen to people. Even the same thing that you don't agree with, have a tolerance, then you'll get your time to speak. Susan speaking, then you say they get talking Tabata. You don't do that to people. That's been very disrespectful, brother. You don't do that. So to end on this note, Abu, and the rest of the audience, people like Senator Snow, they made an interview with Cesar Mosrado. He served 2 times, he could not do nothing. He ran away and go to Bomi. Now, Bomi again, as Abu narrated, he came winning an election in Bomi. He said he wanted to go to Rwanda or for the presidency. That's how they survive. That's how they've been manipulating the system. They and a friend, Jeremiah and George Rihanna.
But I said George Rihanna out of it.
No, I will not. Georgia did nothing, Susan. Georgia is a bad president.
Oh, don't say that.
No matter how you are angry, no matter how you are angry, never be able to battle power. It will be another disaster. We'll be there again. We'll never bring Georgia battle power.
Vicky, don't be saying that now. When you say that, then I will be. Because
you know what? Everybody defending our own. They don't want me. You won't be fighting me.
But you're not learning, Sidiki.
Let me close. You see, so I'll be close on this. Liberian people, you have opportunity. Mr. Cummins, the CPP or the ANC, not CPP but ANC. We are going to a convention. New people are coming up. Hopefully, Tawombe or One Dr. Sherry will be the chairman of the ANC.
Oh, I thought you said child. Oh, and you said
no,
child.
listen, we are having conversation. We are having conversation.
You know, flip.
We are having conversation. Leave that. A lot of things are going on.
Real politics is interesting.
So, start open any other new face you see.
I think
on second week, we'll have a convention in the ANC. We'll provide a clear opportunity for the Liberian.
I mean, why are convention?
Not just either first week in April or second week. We'll have our convention in April. Or Lofa country. We'll provide.
Hey man, I'll be the youngest.
Tomalin, Josh, let me just come in with my closing statement. Okay, I think it's my time. Abu, please, Abu, can you just let me speak, Abu? I don't even know what your problem with me, Abu.
With an angry group of
but let me tell you something. When we're talking about integrity, I don't think you people are supposed to be talking about integrity. You guys are the least people. And thinking, like what Snow said here, I think the propaganda from the UP people, it really mess with your head that you do not know what George Weah did. You start with the whole communist thing. As far as I'm concerned, I don't even think ANC exists. To be honest with you, like what kind of man he went, came back with 1%, then the next time he came with 0.1%. You guys are not making progress. You have to go somewhere and say that when we're counting political parties in Liberia, I don't think ANC there is even among them. And secondly, George Weah is coming back in 2029. We will come back 2029. George Weah will come and become the president of Liberia. Guys have many years to, come on the social media and talk your tabata at this moment. For now, we'll take Joseph Boakai and his I don't know supporters, and we will have to stay around and tolerate people that abuse them for the 4 years and a half. Yeah, but we're coming back strong. CDC is together right now. Chairman Molu is down with fire. I mean the fire is come. What?
You know
I said that was a disaster. You can't be president here. You can't look at Togo and
speak. That's it.
Whatever he said,
coming from a sub. Yeah. 2029 we're coming. And we're looking forward to having men and Henry on board. That's one new idea. But anytime open my mouth, Abu will just come in.
But you spoke for long. So
yeah, but yes, thank you guys.
Jerome.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. Lady and gentlemen, thank you very much. Great show. Mr. George, thank you for the invite. It's an honor to be on here to give. Everything has been said, but quickly, as I do on most of the other platforms that I leave when I'm leaving, I like to recommend a book that I think is worth reading. It's called Talk to Me. It came out this week. It is about the president that was overthrown in 1957 in Haiti. He became president of Haiti. He got inaugurated a few days after he was inaugurated. The Eisenhower government, through the CIA, overthrew him and brought in a dictator called Duvalier. This guy, his grandson is now an author. I think he's at Stanford. He wrote this book. And if you want to see Liberia for what it is, you need to read this book and see what we are talking about, how they have treated us. When Honorable Snow talking about America have not done much for us, you should read this book and see where he's coming from. For we have given our blood, our tears, and our sweat to that relationship, and we have not gotten anything back. I think I listened to President Tubman in one of his interviews. He says, as great as they were to me, I had to fight because they did not want me to develop the country. We were living in shacks. We were having meetings in tin houses. I had to go around the American government to take loan from the international to build a capital, to build a mansion, to build this. So if you read this book, so I would recommend this book. But gentlemen, thank you very much. I want us to learn from our history and chart our future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so in closing, one thing I will say, for NEMA election, if y'all listen to my prediction, if opposition they do not unite beyond a single candidate, I can tell you the ruling party will take that seat. And you don't forget, when Dillon ran 2019, opposition united, how they took the seat from CDC. In 2020 again, we're seeing you are united, but if they don't unite beyond a single candidate, in my election, I can tell you this: the opposition, the party will take the seat, the ruling party.
My election finish. Election finish.
But let me do my closing. Thank you guys. I mentioned Mauritania earlier. I say West African country. People start yelling. It's a country in West Africa. You stop doing the thing.
Man, I'm part of ECOWAS.
I'm gonna finish quick. Gotta go. I'm done. Oh.
So Abu, you have all your.
Forget about Abu Jato, Anthony. Forget about Abu Jato.
All right. So Mauritania is in West Africa. Yeah.
Abu has become a problem on it too.
But here's the thing here. When it comes to our Liberian legislature, they should be functioning just like the U.S. Congress. Unfortunately, they don't know that job function. Many of them don't even understand the scope of that work, and that is the reason why our legislature it is the way it is. If not, our legislature should be functioning just like the U.S. Congress. We have a bicameral legislature, same thing with the U.S. Legislature. We have a constitutional democracy, just like the U.S. I mean, every other thing we copy after the U.S. The only challenge that we have, our lawmakers don't exercise the duty of their office accordingly. So all they do is to take money, put it in a pocket. Liberians should not be allowing lawmakers driving on the opposite side of the road. Even though the lawmaker themselves went and put it into law, you can still challenge it at the Supreme Court for it to be overturned because of the Ministry of Transportation under the Division of Motor Vehicle. That there is an act for that can be challenged. And so I wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Adekoya, what is this? We'll talk about that issue about the fire investigation. That the fire. So in the finish now. And so you come back to America and today, right?
Yeah,
I think they left yesterday.
They left and
they left already.
They started with the AG.
Tell me that's a joke.
They left,
yeah,
and now since they left,
we put them when
who's in here?
I am telling you.
Why you who's sending?
I mean, who invited
Why you find a UP? You know who invited a fire expert?
The IG invited. No, he's right. The IG invited them. So he got.
You better go sleep. Are we talking to the CDC supporter?
No, minute they write that thing in the comment section. No, many days, Abu. Many days.
Then Abu boy is freaking on the show here. I swear. Abu is rude.
Abu
fasting. Well, let me go. Let me go.
Abu, how many times you were close? How many times Abu was close?
I was clueless.
I think a Pewee time to close.
What is that?
A Pewee time to close.
No, Pewee watching Donald Trump speak. You forget it. You finish speaking.
I say that person go sleep.
Pewee running from work.
If I just support that person logic, they'll be calling me the most sophisticated in the lecture. Yes, Susan defending we are. When Siliki to say we are was a disaster, he now needs to be re-elected. What Susan says, I agree with you on that. But when the mayor attacking UP, she clapping on him.
Listen, man, we gotta go listen to our show.
My last breath, just as you would do for the CDC. So you're causing as many as you guys want to do. I don't care. There's somebody saying
Abu, keep a poster. We bring a fast. Keep a poster, yeah.
Oh, okay. Susan will send me something. Susan will send me something.
We bring that far, Abu.
Eh? You want to answer me?
I can't be sending anything for UP, man.
making
I don't even think Abu is fasting though.
I'm making
Abu
fast.
fasting.
Somebody the man did a post a few times. He said goodbye to us for some time now. I think the whole politics thing just got into a hair. I'm shocked to see Abu here tonight. Abu said he was taking few days off.
On a serious note, that fire incident, I'm not concerned. The people got to get why they starting to eat you.
We will speak about that tomorrow.
Yeah.
IG told you they were not an independent entity. They came to buttress his finding. That's what he said.
Who said that? They came to buttress the findings?
Yeah, that's what he
Did
said.
he say that?
Yes.
No, I don't think
And wait, and lastly, because I wasn't paying attention to the week, I'll bury my friend. So they said President Boga said the position to about 2029 right now, right? So you're throwing job at a VP?
Oh, yeah. That's what leaders do, though.
So I mean, Boga the VP said, my man, they're running, I'm supporting very running.
But it's obvious. It's obvious, right?
Anthony Cassidy said Waka is running. Anthony
VP.
Anthony Cassidy said Waka is running 2029. Anthony Cassidy told me that.
For true?
Wow. Oh, please. Y'all stop that nonsense. Waka running 2029. Where? That wheelchair.
CFC is
and make it even address nation for 45 minutes and you're talking about running 2029.
CMC already, right? Yeah, now CMC calendar already that Musa ability, right?
That wheelchair will put Waka into campaign in 2029. Good luck to the UP folks.
The party
no, the party are not being forwarded. The party will be certificated. Hopefully, this coming Friday.
Nonsense.
Hopefully.
Waka mentor a Paul Bia.
Why you think Labra is?
Man, Lord Paul Bia from Cameroon.
But my own indication giving what President Boga has done. I think the post you gave him second thing.
I know.
Look at that.
That Paul Bia. That Paul Bia.
Abu, you don't love the country, eh? Abu,
you're shameless.
Yeah, see, easy for lies the more to discuss governance. Let other people speak.
You're shameless. For him in wheelchair, I will send one of our old people wheelchair for him here, so he can get on there. You can take it from those to go camping in 2029. That wheelchair he will be in to go convince the Liberian people.
You got
so we should go be 15 to know that we're president right here.
Be in the back.
Thank you, guys. I will see you tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow.
Yes, Trump is walking. There are not many people in the comment section, and I rule are very